Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's the start of week 11 and we can't wait to get going, can we, chaps? Before we get into today's action, though, let's reflect a little bit on last week. Josh Payne, someone you said, Mr. Saturday Night, I think you called him. Superb run to the final, just couldn't get over the line in that last leg decider.
I think he'd rather I called him Mr. Sunday Morning, because it seems like he's always getting to Saturday night, but even though he's had a really good hit rate in getting to Saturday nights this year, completely perfect in that respect, missing out again for the second time in stage one is going to hurt a bit this week, and I think he's going to be looking forward to stage two now.
It must be really hard to bounce back, as you said, when you get so close. Mentally, that must be incredibly draining.
Not to mention the fact that he's lost both those finals by 4-3. He's had one shot in that second final. He had multiple shots in his first crack in week 4 against Darryl Pilgrim, so that is going to damage him a little bit, but knowing Josh as I do, he'll just want to get back here, have another crack and put it right.
And Henry, Gav Carlin, took out some huge finishes en route to that final. How impressed were you with him?
Really impressed. And he was one of those players that got better as the week got on. It's all about peaking at the right time in this format. It's okay getting out the blocks quick Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and going through, but we've seen over the last couple of weeks, if you don't keep yourself ticking over and you're not consistent on the Saturday night, that means nothing. Whereas Gary was just a consistent performer Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, snuck into Group B, played well, got his way through to the final, and then when the opportunity presented itself, he took full advantage of it.
And we've got 10 players through, 2 Champions Week already. Of those 10 players, Scott Williams has to be one of the standouts, doesn't he? Who are you most impressed with that's through to that? We're only a week or two away from that now.
Well, obviously, a lot of people are going to talk about Scott Williams because of what he's done in multiple arenas this year, but the one that sticks out for me is Graham Hall. He's the only person who's won a Group A, gone on to win the Saturday night. If you look back at how he played in week 3, he was dominant. But there's a huge caveat with that, and that it wasn't here. Now, I know it's a slightly different thing. You know, it's a raised hockey, it's a stage, it's a bigger place. He won his qualification in Southampton. That's the only thing I can think of to stop Graham Hall, because this year he's been a really good package.
It is such an interesting point, though, because I've spoken to a number of players who've not yet played here, and they've said, you know, those circumstances were so difficult to get used to in Southampton, but not having that exposure and that experience, especially on a finals night where you've got the crowd in now, that could be a bit of a hindrance for some, couldn't it?
Exactly, especially those that aren't used to that stage environment. The likes of Robert Owen will be okay with it because he's played at Minehead and things like that before, but for the likes of Graham Hall, who's played bits and bobs, played UK Open outer boards, this is a completely new experience, and it's going to be one of the biggest weeks of his darting life. And so going into a completely new environment with what's at stake, it's going to be a huge challenge for him. But I think we're both really impressed with the way Graham goes about things. So I think for him, I wouldn't be too concerned. But it'd be interesting to see, as you say, the players who came through the first 5 weeks, how they adapt to this new environment.
Absolutely, and let's tuck into today's action then. We've got one debutante in Group A. Who are you most excited to see in action in the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday group?
I'm always really happy to see debutants, and you know, we've talked about how Germany has really progressed over the last few years, and it's not just the people at the top with Max Hopp, Schindler and Clemens. We are starting to see the next phase. We saw it with Lucas Wenig last week. So for that reason, I'm really interested to see what Daniel Klose does this week. And it's a time of year where the Germans really need to peak. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Daniel.
Absolutely, and Henry, this is exactly what the Super Series does, isn't it? It's these players getting this exposure. We've seen, you know, a few players that we've got in action have dropped off the tour, not been able to get their tour card back. This is crucial experience for those players.
This is the step up to get yourself to a tour card. I mean, the proof's in the pudding over the last couple of years as to the amount of players that played it and then gone on to get success. And this now is an international tournament. You'll have players here from all around the world, whereas at the start, for obvious reasons, because of the pandemic, we could only have players from the United Kingdom. We can now have the best players across the world having the opportunity to play on this stage, getting their groundwork, getting their work experience ready to go and hopefully get a tour card.
I think we have to give a word to Jacques as well, because he is somebody who excites many, isn't he?
He's a bit of an annoyance to players because he's incredibly good, and he doesn't beat his own drum a lot. He just gets up here and beats you. And he's someone who we have to watch out for. He probably will be, in a lot of people's eyes, the favourite to win Group A.
Most definitely. Right then, we get underway in less than 10 minutes now. So please come and join us at 9:30 to get Group A underway.
Introducing the MODUS Super Series.
Hello, good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth. We apologise for the slight delay in getting underway this morning and we assure you it has nothing to do with Paul Nicholson demanding granola and lactose-free milk this morning. But it is the start of week 11, which means 12 more players will battle it out over the next 5 days in order to book their spot in finals night. Before we get the action underway, let's take a little look at how the format works here at the Super Series.
An exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. The winner of MODUS Super Series 1 will be crowned on Saturday the 22nd of October 2022. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week on Sporty Stuff TV. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns a place on the honours board. After Champions Week, the action starts again for week 1 of the next series.
Thank you. Well, Paul Nicholson alongside me. How was the granola, first of all?
Not as in demand as you would think, but yeah, very good to start the day. But yes, we do apologise that it has taken a bit of time to get on the air today, but we're really looking forward to week 11.
Absolutely. Before we look ahead to week 11, you were here for finals night on Saturday. How impressed were you with the quality on display?
Very impressed with Gavin Carlin in the fact that even he admitted he wasn't playing his best stuff. But if you think about the timing of some of the things that he did, the last leg decider in the final, it was an excellent start from him, having the advantage of throw. And let's not forget that he had 170 checkered as well to keep Thibaut Tricol in the tournament, but also to give himself an unbeaten night.
Absolutely. Right then, let's take a little look at the highlights from last week's action, shall we? Nico, you'd already mentioned it there, but that big fish, one of many superb checkouts, the 155 as well from Gav Carlin, it really, really was superb stuff to watch.
Tremendous night of darts, so much unpredictability. And I think Lucas Venig will be walking away from that Saturday night and Sunday morning thinking, I didn't do a great deal wrong. I just ran into 2 players that just were able to do better things than me at that time. But that 170 there was so much on it. Obviously, Gavin wanted to be undefeated. He remained that way. It kept Thibaut Tricol in the tournament, but it also knocked Lucas Venig out. And that's the beauty of finals night and its cutthroat nature.
It really is. It was so good. Shall we take another look at it? It really was that good. It warrants seeing it again.
Well, look where Lucas is. He's on 101. He's thinking, I'm going to get a shot. He doesn't throw another dart all night.
Sickening.
That was clinical.
Absolutely sickening. And now, we've touched upon it already this morning when we did our little preview show, but going into Champions Week, we've got 10 spots filled already. We can take a little look at the 10 players who are already through. You've got Robert Owen. You mentioned Graham Hall earlier as one who's really, really impressed you, but 3 of those players won't have played on this stage yet. Of course, Graham Usher was our first winner up on this stage. How impressed have you been with the, look at the names that are involved there. Conan Whitehead, he was superb in coming through that week as well. Kieran Tian, though, for me, was one of the standouts that we've seen.
One of the stories of this stage, because he had a dreadful first 3 days of the week, but he was able to drag himself back into contention, and he was the man who was standing at the very end of the week, and that is the most important thing. I think for the right reasons, probably Scott Williams is the favourite as it stands, but there are still 2 weeks of qualifying to go, and we may be changing our minds over the next 14 days.
Absolutely. I think I've changed my mind about 5 or 6 times already in the space of the 10 weeks of action that we've already seen here at the Super Series and, of course, in its previous form as the Live League. Now then, we are going to focus on today's action. Group A gets underway this morning. As I've already mentioned, we do apologise for getting underway slightly later than usual. But first up, we've got Rob Collins against Ryan Murray. Really, really looking forward to tucking into this one.
Yeah, I think Ryan would admit that the first time he came and joined us, he didn't play his best stuff. So maybe a fresh venue, fresh hockey, fresh opportunity is definitely going to stand him in good stead. I think there's a lot of people looking forward to seeing Mark McGeeney play. He was walking in here this morning and looking around and saying, this is very impressive. This is the kind of place I want to play. But don't forget about Greg Ritchie, a very effective, unconventional finisher, and is still the only player to have converted 120 finish with 3 double tops in the last couple of years when we've been doing this. So watch out for his unpredictability. If he gets it right, he can get it very right.
Absolutely. And then later on in the week, you've got the likes of Martin Adams, who's obviously going to be a standout name. Robert Thornton as well. Some really tasty names in there.
You know me, I'm a bit of a darting hipster, and I like the look of Yanis Mustafayev's. I've been practicing that all weekend.
I didn't want to bring it up first. You can say
He's from Latvia. He's an up-and-coming player. He's a good friend of Matas Razma, who's obviously Latvia's best player, and a great opportunity for him to get some more stage experience.
Most definitely. Right then, shall we tuck into this morning's action? I think we've kept you waiting long enough, haven't we? We'll get this morning's session underway. It is, of course, Rob Collins against Ryan Murray in the company of Henry Deacon. This man's going to run down to the commentary box to join him.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to week 11 here at the MODUS Super Series. Just 2 weeks to go until the very first Champions Week inside this impressive venue, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So who is going to etch their name and join the 10 winners on the Roll of Honour? We are about to find out over the next 6 days or so. And we've got a little bit of everything for everyone. We've got legends like Robert Thornton and Martin Adams coming in later on this week. We've got the likes of Ryan Murray, who's looking to get himself back onto the tour come 2023. We've got a former world finalist in Mark McGeeney involved in the action. And Charlie Corsafine is our referee that's going to get the action underway. And it is Rob Collins who is going to throw the first darts of the week. Week 11, but for who will it be darting
85.
heaven for? Paul Nicholson alongside me in the commentary box.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and welcome to week 11. Interesting times ahead.
84.
And like we just said with Abby Henry, it's a fascinating field that we are compiling for Champions Week. This week cannot be won on
85.
Monday. We could do yourself a lot of favours by getting some good performances in there. And we will get a bit of an insight into what kind of form these players are bringing to week 11.
85.
You get the sense that as the weeks go on, I think players are kind of adjusting to the way things are going in terms of how do you play yourself into a group. Cannot win the group on Monday, as you rightly say.
41.
I think a lot of players are now using Monday as a way to make sure that the worst case scenario for them is a crack at Group B.
Very true. Now, every dart player that plays in this
60.
format will want to win every game, and I suppose we have to say at this juncture that nobody in this tournament's history has won every game in Group A. Jim McEwen's been very close at getting 28 points from a possible 30, but for me, Henry, it's about the psychological aspect. How do you handle the ups and downs? If you're constantly winning, that's great. But if you have a bad day, how do you respond to that? And that's what we're going to talk about more than anything else. Now, Ryan Murray, in his career with us, which doesn't have a great deal of experience, he's only played 20 matches,
Ryan,
but he's only won 5 of them. Nowhere near the amount of quality that we expected from Ryan the first time around, but this is a decent start.
Indeed it is. With his 15th dart, he wants the bullseye, and he wasn't too far away.
94.
Rob Collins wants 94. That would have been for a break for Murray. Decided to go for the 2 double 18s there. The double 18 for tops as Murray returns to 25 for a break of throw. To kick off the week, he wants 25 to do so, double 8.
Game shot.
There we go.
Ryan Murray.
A really good start to the week for Ryan Murray. A nice solid 17 dart leg gets him over the line with an opening leg break. A little bit of work to do here early on for Rob Collins in the opening match of the day.
This is the first time we're seeing Ryan Murray in this stage. Now, some players have been given a second opportunity. Rob Collins is on his second opportunity. He only played in 2 days in his first chance. That's why he now has the opportunity of a full week.
96.
But in relation to Ryan's previous time with us, just how relevant is it? Because it was quite a few months ago. It was on a different hockey.
60.
And let's face it, MODUS Super Series darts is very different now with the 12-person Champions Week as opposed to a Champions Week every 5 weeks.
140.
So this is almost like a new start for Ryan.
It's like being a debutant in a completely brand new tournament. As you say, the environment is completely different. It was interesting. I was watching a little bit of the action
60.
from the previous live league yesterday just to get a little bit of insight on the likes of Thornton and Adams and that later on in the week. And the contrast from the stage we have here compared to the room we have in Southampton, it's like playing in front of 5,000 fans and then behind closed doors.
And when you've had a bit of a shocker, you don't really want to have to go back there. Unless you have the mentality of, I want to get one back on that venue or that hockey or that opponent. So maybe Ryan Murray's thinking, I'm actually really glad that this venue is brand new. I can
90.
just do things my own way. And there is a bit of a Scottish feel about this group. We have got Ryan, we've got Greg Ritchie.
140.
And I love the international flavour that we're bringing
91.
in the autumn. Collins of Bognor Regis in Hampshire has got double 10.
81.
And a chance for Murray to double his lead.
71.
71 for it. There to the go, treble 13 there.
It's another shot at the ball.
Game shot.
And this time he finds it.
Ryan Murray.
I'm not sure he was expecting a shot at the bullseye in that leg. I'll tell you one thing. He's very glad he found it. Because that is Ryan getting a decent start with a 2-0 lead. But the job's only half done.
Indeed. And interestingly for Ryan Murray, of all the players involved this week, he'll be the one most used to playing on a stage behind closed doors because he's played in one World Championship at Alexandra Palace, but that was the COVID World Championships behind closed doors 2 years ago.
96.
When you put it like that, I can't help but smile because it just sounds so tragic, doesn't it? Ironically, one of the best World Championships that we've ever had, and barely any fans saw it. Incredibly, there were over 15 matches decided by the odd leg. But Ryan Murray was there. I believe he was playing against Michael van Gerwen.
Yes.
And he does have a bit of a storied history with the best player of this generation.
60.
So maybe he likes playing people who don't have any hair. Or maybe he doesn't.
That's a bold statement.
Trust me, Rob's a lot bigger than I am. I'm going to say things very quietly.
Although I do have to say, in terms of Bognor Regis, West Sussex, not Hampshire, you'll get absolute pelters on social media over that one.
Do you know what? I
56.
live in West
Ryan, you
Sussex,
require
so that cushions the blow.
142.
So 1-4-2 for a 3-0 lead. Averaging a shade under 93 at this present moment in time is Ryan Murray.
27.
However, there is just a little bit of an opening here for Collins if he can cram in a couple of trebles of this particular visit.
85.
And down for 25 with the last
Ryan, you
dart.
require 115.
And the single 5 leaves him a square ton.
Yeah, it leaves him a 2-darter, so all is not lost. But he might lose the leg anyway. And look at him in the background.
Game
He
shot
had
on the
every
third
right
leg.
to feel a
Ryan
little bit
Murray.
like he was going to lose the leg, because as soon as that treble 20 was found by Muzz Lightyear, it was a case of give me a shot at double
Fourth
and
leg,
I
it's
will
Ryan
take
to
that
throw
3-0 lead.
first.
That's
Game
exactly what Ryan has done, throwing 50 darts for the first 3 legs and only missing 1 double. That's a really good performance so far.
It's controlled, it is measured.
134.
And Rob Collins has only had 1 dart at double in this match as we have a look at the side-on views of both the players' actions here.
83.
Yeah, that action of Collins has served him well over the last few years. In fact, the first time I ever played against Rob Collins was during this project
82.
in the pandemic when we were playing from our own homes. That's when we didn't even have a view of the other players. We could just hear them. But Collins has got a vast amount of experience with us.
140.
He's played hundreds of games. And in fact, in 2022, he's played 52 games, won 19, and his win percentage is down at around 36%.
90.
But he has played more games this year than all of the players in this group. Maybe that will stand him in good stead.
Of course, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
134.
Of course, you want to get off to a good start. Every player wants to do that, but it's not disastrous if you lose your first game. However, losing it 4-0 does put you on the back foot at the start of day one here, but he may not lose this game 4-0 because Ryan Murray's had a right old slip there, and it leaves him 168. So Collins is going to get 6 on 144 to get the opening leg of his day on the board, and it would be a break of throw.
46.
But even that's a little bit of a mess.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rob, it was. And when he looks at the board now, he's going to see bad news.
128. Rob, you require
But
98.
to Rob's credit, he did leave himself a 2-darter with that last dot 25. And it doesn't pay off. Muzz Lightyear
44.
for the
Ryan, you
ideal
require
start on Monday
40.
morning. Tops for the 4-0 win.
Game shot.
And there it is. It's as good a start as it could possibly be for Ryan Murray as he gets his campaign underway of a 4-0 victory against Rob Collins, an average just underneath 90, hitting the game's solitary maximum and 4 out of 6 on the doubles, including that high checkout of 115. Work to do for Rob Collins as the day goes on. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to see Greg Ritchie in action up against Peter Jacques.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Ryan Murray complete a convincing 4-0 victory over Rob Collins in our first match of the day. A winning start then for Murray in Group A. A really dominant display there from the Scotsman. As you can see, an average just shy of 90 in that one. He struggled a little in his last two WDF events, but a solid start this morning. A bull finish in there from Muzz Lightyear, who missed just 2 darts at the outer ring in that one there. You can see the high checkout of 115, leaving his opponent with just 1 attempt at the outer ring. Next up then, we have Peter Jacques against Greg Ritchie. It should be a real interesting clash, this one. Of course, Jacques has won 19 of his 32 matches here at the Super Series, and Greg Ritchie playing here at the Super Series for the first time in 2022. So it'll be interesting to see how he adapts to these new surroundings and how he gets to grips with playing up on that big stage. Because as we mentioned earlier on with Paul Nicholson on stage, that it's really difficult to get used to not playing in that room in Southampton anymore and playing up on this big stage. But he's someone who has the experience. He should be able to acquit himself well. Let's see how he gets on in this match, his first match at the Super Series in 2022, in the company of Henry and Paul.
Thank you very much, Abby. So the first taste of Greg Ritchie in 2022 and the first taste of him here at the MODUS Super Series. What will this talented Scot bring to the stage up against Peter Jacques, a player we've seen plenty of over the last couple of years here in this particular competition. Greg, who's actually had a really good year on the circuit. He's been travelling around the WDF Tour, picked up a fair amount of ranking points. He's going to be at the World Masters in December and most likely will probably make his debut at the WDF World Championships in 2023. So it'll be interesting to see from the last time we've seen him here, where we saw a little bit of everything from him, to see how he adapts to this stage environment.
Yeah, it's fascinating. He's actually one of my favourite players from 2021 because he was so adventurous, and I think he would admit that he was a little up and down, but that just added to his mystique. Now, everybody remembers when Jose de Sousa in the Premier League in 2021 hit 3 double tops against Nathan Aspinall. About a month later, it might have even been less than that, Greg did exactly the same when he was with us, and he made us all lose our voices, a bit like a certain Wayne Mardle. But Greg has got a lot of talent. He's got a fair bit of experience playing in this format, but he doesn't, like Abby said at the top
100.
there, does have not have experience in this venue yet, which is the same for a lot of players coming back.
Would have been in a bit of trouble if in the old venue the commentator lost his voice.
134.
But Greg comes down into this Group A with one other Scot in the group.
78.
But a lot last year when he was with us, he was travelling with Jamie Clark and with Darren Beveridge. Now, we're not going to have Jamie Clark here because he's actually got himself a PDC Tour card. But Darren Beveridge has recently come back from a break from the game. He said he just wanted to take some time off, but he's starting to practice again.
100.
I'm pretty sure that Darren will be watching today, so if you are, Darren, hope you're well, and we look forward to seeing you sometime soon.
Well, this would be some way to mark your return to the Super Series. A 153 won't go.
121.
Greg and Ryan have travelled together down to Portsmouth for this particular event. And
100.
Richie will be hoping to do what his compatriot did in his opening game. And at the minute, it is Scotland 5, England 0 on day 1 at the Super Series.
Don't do that, honestly. You're going to get so much social media activity.
Second leg, it's
There's already been enough after last week's Nations League.
Yeah, that was some interesting affair last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, let's not talk about football. Or maybe we should, because Newcastle got a win at the weekend over Fulham. 4 legs to 1. 4 goals to 1. I'm just darts obsessed. Let's talk about Peter Jacques, shall we?
134.
Now, we had a little preview show before we started this morning, and I sneakily said that maybe Jacques would be the favourite for this group.
48.
I'm going to go with that. He doesn't have the personal best game of these players, but of the games he's played, he's got the highest running average.
57.
And I personally think he may be the most difficult person to beat in this group.
Well, interestingly, the odds compilers, before play got underway today, in terms of the outright market
42.
to win the group, Peter Jacques is the favourite of the 6 players playing in Group A. Robert Thornton, the 4-1 favourite. You are having a flutter on the darts today. It's 18 plus, so make sure to begambleaware.org.
80.
And when the fun stops, stop.
I think there may be a lot of people very eager to tune in later in the week to see what Martin
87.
Adams does, what Robert Thornton does, and maybe to see what Jordan Brooks does, because he's going to make his debut a little bit later in the week in Group C. But we
60.
can't forget that we have this strange curse of Group A in Stage 1, where only one player has won Group A and gone on to win the week, and that was Graham Hall in week 3. Now, Greg has purposefully left this 170 with a couple of big 20s in his previous visit. He's looking to leave 36.
96. Peter, you require
He
48.
won't do, but Jacques here on 48 to level us up. And 1 apiece. 2 at double 16. Up for double 8.
Game shot on
That
the
sneaks
second
in the
leg.
bottom
Peter
corner. And
Jacques.
Peter Jacques gets us back level in this match.
It's a very rigid throw, isn't it? Gets into that
Third
set
leg, it's Greg to
position,
throw first. Game on.
stops, and it's very much his throw. You wouldn't be able to compare it to anybody else. And that's maybe one of the best compliments you can pay a
55.
player, if they have a throw that is quintessentially them. And this one is quintessentially Jacques.
It's like a
42.
pen grip. It's all completely natural, completely different. And we have a look at Greg Ritchie here. A lot of components, isn't there, to his action, which maybe at times we see a little bit of inconsistency
42.
around him.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point, actually. If you look at the way he delivers the dart, he pushes it through the air. He doesn't propel it with elbow power or with wrist flexion.
100.
It's all thrusting forward with that right shoulder. You'll see his body move as it's projected. There it is. That right shoulder pops forward and he pushes it through the air. But
96.
for a diminutive dart player, he's very effective.
There's not a lot of follow through, is there? And I know we might be able to have a look at it again, but look at the way Jacques has released that third dart. The whole of the arm extends. Just watch how Greg releases that first dart.
Yeah, he's throwing up, as you can see, whereas some taller players that
57.
you may have seen with that camera angle will be throwing directly forward or even downwards. Now, all darts are going to go through the air with a rainbow arc. That's how they have to fly.
59.
That's just gravity for you. But if you are a little bit shorter, you may have to throw upwards. It didn't do Jockey Wilson any harm.
Just a couple of World Championships. I'm sure Greg would take 1 or 2 of them on his CV.
86. Peter, you require
Well, you never know.
160.
Greg is scratching his head in leaving 165. He might be scratching it a bit more.
Game
And
shot
is
on the
now,
third
because that's the
leg.
biggest finish of the
Peter
day so far.
Jacques.
And we're going to have to go some to maybe beat that all day long.
Excellent from Peter Jacques, who's playing really well so far. 2 from 3
Fourth
on the
leg, it's
doubles,
Peter
an
to throw
average just
first.
underneath
Game on.
89. And I think the way that Peter plays, sometimes when he plays well, it can just go under the radar a little bit.
41.
Let's talk about that, shall we? Because a few seasons ago, I didn't have a clue who Peter Jacques was.
57.
I drew him first round of the very first Players' Championship of a season. I went back to my table, which included Steve West, Mervyn King, a few others, and I said,
44.
and he won't mind me saying this because I will correct myself, who's Peter Jacques? Because I didn't know how to say his name at the time. I subsequently found out pretty quickly because he beat me in round 1.
57.
But if you think that's the end of the story, think again. Peter went on to make the final that day and lost to Gary Anderson. Oh, actually, it was Alan Norris, I believe. And you think, that is a good way to announce yourself to
45.
everybody. And from that point, everyone knows who Peter Jacques is. He is almost the king of going under the radar.
Made you feel better about that first round defeat, didn't it?
A little bit.
98.
I'm not ashamed to say I've never beaten Peter. He's an excellent dart player, but then again, the strength in depth of Yorkshire can be talked about for the last 50 years.
100.
It is a darting hotbed and always has been.
And continues to be. No wonder they're one of the most prominent counties in the nowadays the UK DA system. County weekend last
77.
weekend.
Our good friend Keegan Brown, who plays for Essex these days, had an excellent win yesterday, averaging over 111
99.
in his best of 7 leg match. So congratulations to Keegan. And congratulations to all the teams who got a win over the weekend. I know they will have put in the miles and tried to put in their best performances. Some
76.
walked away with draws, but quite a few counties got themselves a valuable win.
And good to see a number of PDC players actually
45.
playing in the
Greg
county
require
system these days. But back to the action
136.
here because Greg Ritchie wants 136 for a break of throw and to level us back up at 2 apiece. He won the first leg. But Peter Jacques, ever since, has kind of been on a march, has been
58.
on a charge.
Peter, you require
And now he wants the
127.
127 in game.
Well, if you want the 127 in game call, you need to hit the bull. And he does hit the ball.
Peter J.
But Charlie's a really good professional, isn't he? He just says it the way it should have been said. But every now and again, we hope that somebody will say, 127 in
Fifth
game.
leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
Come on, it's Monday morning. We can have a bit of a laugh with what we have in front of us for the week. We've got a great week of darts ahead.
57.
Indeed, we do. Got some...
Paul Hinks is from Yorkshire as well.
Indeed, he is.
Not just great dart players, they have great referees
60.
too. Oh, come on, I'm going to put you on the spot now because we've got...
Oh, no.
I want to know from you in this leg, who's your favourite Scottish player of all time and your favourite Yorkshire player?
What a question.
45.
I'll give you a little bit of time to think about it, but if Peter Jacques keeps playing this way, you might not have much time.
121.
And if you have an idea of your favourite Yorkshire player of all time and your favourite Scottish player, by all means, tweet us at MSS Darts, as you can see. And we are live
99.
until around 2:30 in the afternoon with Sporty Stuff TV. Don't forget to tag those guys in and myself and Henry if you want to get yourself a shout out.
125.
Greg's in trouble. He's getting to the stage now where he needs 2 to 3 treble visits just to stay in the match.
100.
And I don't think that's enough.
$57.
Well, Jake's is on 138. And Greg's going to be in a better position now. I said he needed 3 treble visits.
180.
There's one.
Peter, you require 138.
Believe it or not, his first of the match.
100.
Much needed.
Greg, you require
He returns
20.
for double 10 for 3-2. Not a bad lie. Has to go all the way up.
Game shot.
That's a great adjustment.
Greg
And he brings it back to 3-2. However, this is the leg for Greg Ritchie because Peter Jacques has the darts here to secure the opening rubber of his particular day
It's
and
Peter
to condemn
throw
Ritchie
first.
to his first defeats in his first game here in this competition in 2022.
81.
Greg's win percentage previously was around 42%, which is amongst the pack of the players.
97.
The likes of Collins, Jacques, McGeeney and Ritchie. And Murray, of course. We can't say much about Daniel Klose because it's his debut today.
140.
But we can't ignore the fact that Jacques has a win percentage closer to 60%. That's why he's the favourite. But come on, it's Greg
60.
Ritchie who gave you the opportunity to think until the end of the leg, and now you can give us your answer, Henry. Come on.
Favourite Scottish player of all time. I'll tell you what, I'll do the Yorkshire one
140.
first. John Boy Walton
Interesting.
is my televisual darting childhood, having not had a Sky subscription till about 11, 12. So
140.
most of my
PT
darts
require
was
140.
Lakeside and things like that. But this game could be over, courtesy of a Yorkshireman in Peter Jacques. If he can take out the 140, he won't on this occasion.
60.
And John Boy Walton knows how to finish a match. He did it with a 9-darter at the World Masters once. Greg needs another maximum to get himself into position, and he might just find it.
140.
Still very good
PT
pressure
require
on this
80.
2-darter for Jacques, who has still only missed 1-darter double in this match, and that's very fortunate.
Game,
And that's
shot,
very good.
And the match.
He is
Peter
so close
Jacques.
to busting that 80, and I think that's what that is about. There's a big smile on the face of the Terrier, not just for the fact that he got a shot for the match, but that he took it. 80% on the checkouts, that high out of 160. A really good start from Jacques, who is rightfully so the favourite for this Group A. We're going to get a first look at Daniel Klose in match 3, and he's going to be up against the vastly experienced Mark McGeeney in match 3 after this.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it looked like it was going to be the perfect start for Scotland, didn't it? With Ryan Murray coming through 4-0 in our opening game of this morning's session before Greg Ritchie took the first leg of his match. But then, of course, we can take a look at the stats there. Peter Jacques coming through that one in the end, a 4-2 winner, Ryan Murray, as I mentioned, winning the opening game of that one. But then it was, of course, Greg Ritchie took the leg, but Peter Jacques coming through an 88 average in that one. Look at that checkout percentage, though. 4 out of 5 on the outer ring. 80% checkout success in that match. A high checkout of 160 in that one. There was, of course, a 127 and game in there as well. Richie applied pressure late on, asked questions as the match wore on, but an incredibly clinical Jacques-y display on the outer ring to get over the line. Looked unfazed in that one, and it's understandable to see why Paul Nicholson mentioned earlier on that he could be the player to beat here in Group A this week. So then let's get on to our second match of the morning. It is our first chance to see Dan Klose in action in the Super Series up against the vastly experienced Mark McGeeney. Let's rejoin our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. So we're going to see Daniel Klose from Germany, our debutant in this particular week. Up against a man we've seen here a few times in 2022, the 2018 Lakeside runner-up, Mark McGeeney. One of only a couple of players who have had match darts to win the BDO World Championship and then not subsequently go on and win a world title. The other one being Mike Gregory in that famous final all the way back in 1992. But what will McGeeney do here? We've seen a lot of really good stuff from him in the past in the BDO circuit. We've seen him a few times at the Alexandra Palace. Up against Daniel Klose, the German, on debut. Made a semi-final on the Challenge Tour earlier on this year, losing to the really impressive young Dutchman Jurgen van der Velde. What are we going to see from the Gladiator this week, I wonder, Nico?
What we're going to see from him to start with is a setup that he has made his own.
140.
It's very much getting those darts to hover through the air. He doesn't want to throw them too hard. But I am fascinated, as I'm sure you are as well, Henry, that Germany have got more
100.
strength in depth with their dart players than ever before. What we are seeing now is a plethora of talent starting to come to the fore. They're getting their own little stories written.
85.
Period to maybe be a good youth player. He became the figurehead for German
96.
darts, and with some help, Max Hopp has changed how German darts is looked at now, and it's terrific for the sport. Daniel is just one of many.
There's always going to be a correlation at some point, wasn't there, with the popularity of the sport out in Germany, and that being intertwined with an increase of players on the circuit and quality players on the circuit as well. And we shouldn't discredit the likes of Johan Artut and the work that he's done as well over the years to initially
92.
get the sport on the map in Germany. And we saw last week a couple of German players, Hans Roch and Lukas Wenig, involved in the action. Wenig, of course, making it through to the Saturday night final, and we always know that the strength is always there in Germany. It's just good now to see it blossom. And talking about blossoming, look at Mark McGeeney go here.
And McGeeney has played with us before, but not at this venue. So a nice fresh start for him this morning.
100.
Daniel does get to a finish,
56.
but McGeeney's already there, and it's something a lot easier. Single is very good, very assured. Doesn't have to alter his stance for that
16.
one. Did
Daniel
get closer.
113.
But how close will Klose get? That's only the first leg of the week as well. How many other puns can we possibly have with a name like Klose?
Can he close out the opening leg?
57.
We'll find out if
Mark to require 40.
McGeeney can get tops.
He's going to have to go to the right here.
Game shown the
that's
first
beautifully
leg.
thrown.
Mark McGeeney.
It didn't even interfere with that first dart. And it just goes to show what Mark McGeeney knows about his own game. Didn't have to move along the hockey.
Second leg,
He
it's
knew
Daniel
exactly
to throw
where he was
first.
going.
Game
And it
on.
wasn't just a shot at tops. It was a shot at a portion of tops.
Mark McGeeney said in interviews in the past that his darting hero is Phil Taylor. He actually bases his style and his throw on the 16-time world champion. If I remember rightly, I don't know if it was the year he got to the final at Lakeside, but it was one of those appearances when it was a very high up seed that he was actually using Phil Taylor flights on his way towards success in the BDO.
Yeah, I think he's one of
83.
the only players in the top echelons of the game who use such a small kite-shaped flight. There are other players who use kites, like Johnny Clayton, for instance. But this flight that
140.
McGeeney uses is a lot smaller. It's a lot more tapered towards the join of the stem, and they're very difficult to control. But they obviously work for him, and that's the most important thing.
For a stacker
100.
like McGeeney, those kite-shaped flights, does that help with the release and the way that the dart goes through the air towards the approach to the board?
It helps him get that downward angle of attack. But because they're so small, you don't have as much forgiveness as a larger
58.
flight, like, say, Daniel uses. But you don't have to throw them as hard because they travel so fast. So what you gain in speed, you lose in drag, which means you get a little bit less forgiveness through the air. You've got to be
96.
really accurate. And like I always say, if you can throw very small flights, that makes you an elite player. Most players will just take that away from themselves and throw a bigger one, which is a lot easier.
135.
But you don't get any extra points for using the more difficult flights, in my opinion. You always got to use what works best for you, and McGeeney has already done that very well this morning, and he will continue to do so.
100. Daniel, you require 110.
So, to level us up, Klose wants 110. Darts downstairs. And moved across for the 17s with 21
47.
remaining.
Mark, you require 122.
Down to go up, and now McGeeney returns to 122.
That 110 route is getting more popular by the week. Now, that single 4 for Mark is not giving him any chance of taking the leg here
82.
in 5
Daniel,
visits.
you require 63.
So Daniel does return. This should have been a little bit smaller, you fancy?
Well, it's a lot smaller now. It's double 12 small.
Game's
It's 0
on the
points
second
left
leg.
at all.
Daniel Klose.
And Daniel Klose wins his first ever leg here at the MODUS Super Series. You'll remember that double 12 forever and a day.
Third leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
You could see he's trying to be as prolific as a certain Miroslav Klose, one of Germany's best ever strikers.
I say, if he can have the finishing stats that
42.
that great player has, and we've got some player on our hands here. Talking about Klose, we're going to puns all week, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Just imagine if he qualifies for Champions Week alongside Usher. I just can't pull myself
59.
away from
Yeah,
that.
I know exactly where you're going with that. Just imagine what happens when Chris Murphy gets here later in the week. I'm sure he's got a few up his sleeve. But I love Mark McGeeney when he walks on stage. He's got a love for rock music. He
140.
likes to give it the heavy metal sign when he goes on that big stage. And historically, he would walk out to the same music as WWE superstar Edge. And a song written by a band called Alter
43.
Bridge. Great piece of music. That's why Mark McGeeney's got my vote.
My first ever live proper tournament I actually went to live was the 2018 Lakeside Final. And so that walk-on is
46.
something that will stick in my mind forever and a day. And he did give it someone, that walk-on, didn't he?
Well, you've got to. Those kind of things maybe happen only once in your life. He's been fortunate enough to be to a world final.
140.
He would love to go to another, depending on which one it is, because now he's over the age of 50. He does have the opportunity of qualifying for the World Seniors. That's not me trying to make Mark look old, but he does have more options now.
Amateur players have got as many
140.
options now as ever, and the MODUS Super Series is a great avenue for those who either want to just play outside the PC system, or those that want to get themselves a tour card to give themselves the best match practice possible to have a really good go at Q School. We'll talk about that maybe in the next leg, as McGeeney wants 1-3-3 here. Won't go now, so Klose will have Shanghai to break the throw.
A nice big 16 would do here. That's actually not that bad.
Daniel, you require 120.
You could classify that as a good miss. Now it's time to climb the ladder. Next step up.
80.
Went too far.
Mark, you require 24.
So double 12 back in play again in this match. You could see the puncture mark from Klose in the last leg, but McGeeney goes inside and again down for double 3.
18. Daniel, you
So
require
Klose
40.
returns the tops. A breaker throw and a 2-1 lead. Not a bad first start.
Game show on the third
That's
leg.
a perfect
Daniel
second.
Klose.
And that's a breaker throw. And this is an impressive start for Daniel Klose to life here at the Super Series. An 86 average, just under 87. McGeeney himself, 87.5.
Fourth leg,
There's
it's
1 from
Daniel to
7
throw
on the
first.
doubles for the
Game on.
Gladiator, which is the reason why he's 2-1 down.
Excellent week last week for Lucas Venig, winning Group A on his debut. I'm sure Daniel will be
60.
hoping to do the same, but it didn't work out for Lucas in the end. And many congratulations to Gavin Carlin, who won Group 10, or should I say Week 10. That Champions Week is looking stacked
83.
right now. And someone will have to add their name to that list by the end of this week.
If you are tuning in to us for the first time, first of all, welcome along to you. This is week 11 of 12 here at the Super Series. And week 13 is a Champions Week where the winner will bank £20,000 top prize. And these are the players that our guys on show this week want to join in the Champions Week field. Robert Owen, Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall,
125.
Darryl Pilgrim, Lee Evans, Kieran Tierney, who won the opening night here at the Live Lounge, Graham Usher, Conan Whitehead, Scott Williams and Gavin Carlin joining the Roll of Honour on Saturday night.
134.
You do feel the tension is getting a bit more palpable as the weeks go on, because we're getting incredibly close to that Champions Week.
60.
The practice will be put in by those players who have already qualified, but we've got a couple of heavyweights coming later this week who desperately want to be there as well. The 3-time world champion Martin Adams returns.
96.
The only ever world seniors champion in Robert Thornton. And we know what he's like. It was actually around a year ago that Robert Thornton won a phase with us in the old format. So
17.
will the autumn
you require
be fruitful again for
153.
Thornton? But we can't discount the likes of Stephen Burton and debutants Mustafaevs, Palmer and Brooks. Now, Klose seems to be getting
93.
a little bit more headway in this game now, as McGeeney's starting to slow down a little bit. Now, he's not playing badly by any means. He's in a mid-80s average right now. But Klose seems to be
85.
incrementally improving in this
60.
game.
He is settling as the match goes on, which is a bad sign for McGeeney. Tops a 3-1.
Game shot
And he's been ruthless on the doubles.
Daniel
3 from 6,
Klose.
50% so far. And as far as debuts go, Daniel Klose will be mightily pleased thus far with how this one's going.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Strikes me as the kind of player that is no nonsense, very efficient. And those statements remind me a lot
100.
of how German dart players and German sports people go about their business. Efficiency is probably the one main word that we use when it comes to German sport. And indeed, German lifestyles
96.
or work ethics, you could say.
I'm going to go around the houses to make this point. So do bear with me on this. But I remember watching a documentary about Audi and Lidl.
I'm still with you.
95.
Please stick with me. All right, and basically, in Germany, the way the supermarkets work, and obviously you spend a lot of time out in Germany doing the Euro tour and other such ventures, and basically when they go shopping, everything's just in boxes, and you pick it up, and you go to the checkout, and you get out of there. None of this
94.
convenience stuff and all the rest of the rubbish. You just go in, pick it up, and go. They launched over here doing the same model, and it absolutely panned as a result, because over here in the UK, we like to have a cafe in the middle of the shop. We like to have an aisle where we get to try different sorts of things. In Germany, they don't do that. They like to just get on and do the job.
Trust the Brits to ruin something.
177.
I think it's probably more accurate. But I don't think Daniel's overcomplicating this match right now, because that 177 was rather magnificent.
140.
Or as the Germans would say,
require
ausgezeichnet.
134.
That means excellent in German.
Well, McGeeney's going to return for 108 here, and you just get the sense the way Klose is playing.
58.
This is going to have to
Mark
go.
require 108.
Because when he's had opportunities at the double, he has more often than not taken it. And so to stay in the match...
It's going to be a first match-winning opportunity for
56.
Daniel.
Daniel, you
Like you said,
require
Henry,
76.
this has been a really good debut game. He's averaging just a shade over 90. And he should get a first match start here to break McGeeney for a 4-1 win.
Game,
Just
shots,
very, very
and the
good.
match.
His
Daniel
average
Klose.
did dip just below 90 in the end. But when he goes back to the practice room, getting himself ready for his second match of the day, he's going to feel really good about himself. Look at that checkout percentage of 57%. And the highest checkout was 76, but he was super efficient when he got to the end of those legs. Early work for McGeeney to do, but early work done for Klose. That's round one done, and when we come back, it's going to be an all-Scottish battle between Murray and Ritchie.
Good morning and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've now seen all 6 players in action in Group A. Of course, wins for Murray, Jacques and Daniel Klose there, giving a really impressive account of himself on debut here at the Super Series to record that victory over Mark McGeeney. There you can see confirmation of that 4-1 win. We've seen some huge finishes this morning. We didn't see the biggest outshots in that last match. As you can see there, a 76, the biggest checkout of that one, but some really nice single-double finishing, efficient checkouts from Klose, who really settled and grew into his rhythm as that match went on, taking control. And I think fair to say, after the account he gave of himself in that match, we look forward to seeing more of him as Group A progresses. So then, next up in Group A, our fourth match of this morning's session, and it is an all-Scottish affair as Murray takes on Ritchie. Of course, Ryan Murray clinical in his first match of this session, a 4-0 win for him. As for Greg Ritchie, well, he applied pressure in his first match, but losing that one 4-2. So he's after his first points of the morning in the company of Henry and Nico. Let's get this one underway.
Thank you, Abby. Very much looking forward to an all-Scottish battle, and we promise you from the bottom of our hearts that we are not going to do it in Scottish accents, because we like our friends from Scotland. We do not want to impugn them in any way, but an all-Scottish battle is very intriguing at this stage. Ritchie coming into round 2 after a 4-2 loss to Peter Jacques, and Murray, eloquently put by our host Abby there, was clinical in his first game, winning by 4 legs to 0 with an excellent checkered percentage of 67%. So work for Ritchie to do.
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
And a continuance maybe needed for Muzz Lightyear. Now, where does that rank in your league table of nicknames, Henry? Muzz Lightyear?
I love it. It's on Mark Frost, the
60.
Frosty the Throwman level.
He's got a brand, hasn't he? He's gone with the full Muzz Lightyear colours. He's a lovely guy, is Ryan. Just really amiable.
100.
Nice to talk to. But he's a real competitor as well.
Shall I get the to infinity and beyond gag out of the way quickly?
Yes, please.
90.
Okay, we've sorted that. That's done for the week. Well, Murphy's sat there scrapping out one from the pun list.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll resurrect it somehow, but you talk about identities, and Greg Ritchie with the tartan on the sleeves and the collar has got the same colours on his flights as well. I like to see that from a player. It just goes to show when a player has talent
58.
that they are proud of how they look too, and that tells me something about them, that they have ambition and that they're proud of where they're from.
83.
I like that.
You have to be a brand in this game. And I think there's one thing darts players, even more so now as the sport continues to professionalise beyond the top
60.
echelons of the game, and it's trickling down, that you've got to have your own identity, your own branding, and it's good to see players like Greg acknowledging that.
You gave me your favourite Yorkshire player in a previous match. You didn't give me your favourite Scottish player, and I was going to bring it up in this fixture. Now, I am very much a student of the game, and I love
72.
Scottish dart players, so we're going to talk about that in the next leg. But first, we're going to look at double 12. Hang on a wee moment, it wasn't it in. Is this one?
Game
It
shot
is.
the first
Of course,
leg.
it's in the green
Greg
one,
Ritchie.
because he's covered in green. Great start from Greg. Break of throw in 15 darts.
Second leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
Come on then, Henry. Favourite Scottish player? You've got so many to choose from.
That's the issue.
You could go
That's
down.
the issue.
You could go on the popular route. You could say
140.
Wright or Anderson or Hendo. But you could go proper hipster and say Ronnie Sharp. Man with the best moustache in the history of sport.
137.
It's not even up for debate. Ronnie Sharp is a legend.
It's a great tash. Ron Burgundy-esque.
Oh, even better than Ron Burgundy. Better than Merv Hughes.
43.
Who can't not like Jamie Harvey?
You bring up a very good point. One of the real characters of the game. Scotland has done so much for this sport.
180.
And Ryan's doing himself a lot of good here in leg 2 with that maximum.
To coin a phrase from Chris Murphy, we're seeing some tartan tungsten tossing at the minute.
Now, this is a proper leg of darts.
95.
Well, that makes things just a little bit more suspect and maybe a bit of encouragement for Greg if he can get himself in finishing range. He's done so, but without a big trouble.
89.
So after losing his first leg of the day in the opener, Murray is looking to respond with a dart at the ball. This goes just underneath.
148.
He should return unless Ritchie can take out this 148. He still could, you know.
He's not that enamoured with that lie. He might go 48 tops here. Because when that dart hit the
92.
bed, it just flattened out a little bit and covered that right side of the treble. Murray's looking at double 8.
17.
Oh, that's really unfortunate for Ryan.
Greg required
A
56.
dart rejected from the board, and Richie's got a freebie. Shouldn't really have had this look. Double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
A really good
Greg Ritchie.
take there from Greg. A 2-0 lead, pretty much against the run of play there in leg 2.
That was a real pocket pincher, wasn't it? Ryan Murray looked as if
Third
he
leg,
was
it's Ryan to
streets
throw
in front
first.
of Greg
Game
Ritchie in
on.
that previous leg, and yet that bounce out on the double 4 has cost him the opportunity to get back level. 0 from 3 on the doubles, although let's really make that 0 from 2 because I don't really want to counter bounce out in those stats.
140.
Ritchie averaging 91.09, 2 from 4 on the doubles. This has been a proper game of darts. Proper darts.
139.
He will switch around the board a bit, will Greg? He'll definitely keep our spotters happy today. And it must be really difficult
95.
when you've travelled to an event with somebody like Ryan Murray or somebody that's been in the car with you for a very long time. And then you have to play against each other.
48.
But it's something that Greg has done many times with some of his other Scottish compatriots. When you tour the hockey, friendship disappears.
46.
That's the rule. You can be respectful, but you must, at all costs, get that victory. You just don't know how close this group is going to be. We've seen Group A
96.
scenarios go down to the very last match. Every win is vital.
Points mean prizes here at the Super Series. Not to sound like a Saturday night game show
140.
host at all, but
It would be kind of funny if we were instructed to commentate on a whole match like the hosts of
58. Ryan,
game
you
shows, but I'm
require
sure it would
80.
probably grind on some people after about 2 or 3 minutes.
high or low, be hoping it's exactly the same. Tops, the 2-1.
45.
But Murray hasn't played his
Greg
darts
require
right in that particular
160.
occasion, so Ritchie returns to 160.
This was the biggest finish of the day. And it will remain so for Peter Jacques.
40. Ryan, you require 35.
Lots of odd numbers down in the southern portion of the board. There's one of them that leaves double 16.
19.
And he's not
Greg
on the board yet.
require
Now, I've seen Greg Ritchie hit
120.
3 tops for this. Is now the time that he does it? He did go for it. But he didn't get close to it.
28. Ryan, you
We'll
require
talk about the issue
60.
about that in the next leg, because Ryan Murray returns for double 8. The pull a leg back. A lovely marker.
Game shot on the
Stupendous
third
second
leg.
dart. There was no
Ryan
way he
Murray.
wasn't getting the double 8 following the way that the first dart laid into the board. But the issue for Greg Ritchie with the 3 tops there, it looks great if it happens, but when the first dart goes into the single
Fourth leg, it's
5,
Greg to
you
throw
have to
first.
readjust and readjust quickly, and it just didn't happen for Greg on that occasion.
Yeah, I suppose that is the risk with going 3 double tops. If you miss the board, you haven't got a shot.
57.
If you go left or right, you haven't got a shot. But the only get-out clause that you've got doing that is if you do get the single 20, you've still got
55.
treble 20 and double top, or even 2 bullseyes, depending on what you really want to do. But you'd have to ask those players what they feel about that shot, because it's not something I would ever do.
Is it too big a
93.
risk when your opponent's less sat on double eight? Is it something maybe you do if players in the mid-200s, for example?
That's an interesting point, because I think the other way,
95.
I think if you feel you've only got one opportunity at it, then that's the time to do it. I mean, I've only ever seen it done twice in the last couple of years,
78.
but they have happened to other people. I remember Royden Lam of Hong Kong did it against Ryan Harrington on tour, and it was when Ryan was on a double at 5 legs all.
57.
As for that timing, I'm not so sure, but it worked.
59.
Richie making some real inroads here, and how quickly this game has swung again. It may have another
140.
swing. Despite the way we've been waxing lyrical about Ryan Murray, Greg Ritchie's just been plodding along and doing the right things at the right time, to coin another phrase.
154.
54 for tops. Or that for double 17.
Game shot
We haven't seen many double 17s.
Ryan Murray.
By my count, that's only the 30th time in the history of this tournament. The double 17 he's been hit, but on a 154, it makes
Gets
all
Ryan to
the
throw
sense in the
first.
world.
Game on.
And so Ryan Murray brushes up on the dusty double that's double 17 to level us up at 2 apiece, and he needed some divine inspiration from that point, because Greg Ritchie was left on
41.
80 to open up a 3 legs to 1 advantage.
Do you know what double 17 is? And it's a very apt time of year to coin this phrase. It's like going into the garage and opening up a
140.
couple of suitcases and thinking, oh, it's time to get the winter clothes out. And then you realise, oh, I forgot I had that jacket. I really like that. That's what double 17
100.
is. Very rarely used, but always welcomed.
Like a spare 5 you find in that coat. Isn't that the nicest thing? You know, you wake up one
74.
September morning and you put your coat on that you haven't worn since March, and you just find a 5 and you think, that's a free coffee.
Yeah, but I suppose it depends if you like coffee.
45.
But that does happen a little less these days with a cashless society.
Yeah. Found a tenner and I thought, when was the last time I carried cash?
34.
No good when you're paying for parking around here.
No, it's not. You're not going to find a spare smartphone in your coat, that's for sure. Well, Ryan is starting to get this game
170.
by the scruff of the neck. Now, that is perfectly done. Even if he'd got the 25, he was leaving, ironically, 170 for the leg.
93.
Oh, we've
Ryan,
seen
you
a
require
plethora of big
145.
finishes already in our first few matches. Is the 145 going to add to the list? Not this time, but
85.
Richie
Greg, you require
is looking to do the
160.
Jacques, the 160 to break through and to subsequently then throw for the match. But it's another slip in the single 5. We've seen a few of them from him today. And so Murray will return for 60 to go win a leg of the match.
82. Ryan, you require 60.
Now, this dart is going to be in the way, single-wise, so he will have to move. Unless, of course, he hits it to the left like that. That was a bad dart.
50.
He will be devastated
Greg,
with
you
that effort.
require 78.
He's giving Greg a chance to take the lead again.
20 for the double.
58.
But again, it
Ryan,
drags
you
low.
require 10.
Oh, he's 2 from 11 on the outer ring so far in this match. That was for double 5. I
No
promise you that
score.
was for double
Greg, you
5.
require 20.
But the doubles, troubles continue for Murray. And
Game
Greg
shot on the
Ritchie
fifth
is
leg.
taking full
Greg Ritchie.
advantage. He's 3-2 up. Ryan Murray will scratch his head as to why. And he's throwing for the match all of a
Sixth
sudden.
leg, it's
There's
Greg
only
to throw
half a point
first.
between
Game
them
on.
in the averages in this match. But there is a chasm between them in the checkered percentage. There you see 13 attempts
134.
for Ryan, only 6 for Greg, and he's hit more. That really does tell a story.
95.
Who are you looking forward to seeing most this week? And we can maybe go back an hour if you wish, because you can include the people in this
41.
group as well. I am really intrigued to see what Yanis Mustafayevs does of Latvia, because that part of the world has given us a couple of real
60.
stars in Darius Labanauskas and Madas Razma. Razma's really gone up a level this year, but I'm fascinated by new talents
78.
from parts of the world that don't have a great deal of strength and depth.
Yeah, that Baltic region, you sense, is the next one to really explode. We're seeing little bits over
100.
the surface. It's almost like a serene swan where you're just seeing one or two things glide, and then you think that there's just going to be a little bit of a kick now with more players coming through. We mentioned earlier, I'm intrigued to see how Jordan Brooks does here.
78.
Really good player. Perhaps didn't quite do himself the justice that perhaps he should have at the Lakeside in April, and I think he'll be the first to admit that himself. But you look at that part of the world, the
60.
Baltic region,
Greg, you
and
require
we're looking at new
170.
places for Premier Leagues and things like that. Scandinavia's got to be high up on that list for me.
56.
That was Greg's first chance to win this match. It was a big ask. He might not
125.
get a better
Greg,
chance
you
than
require
this, though.
114.
This is to make sure that Ryan doesn't survive leg 6. And he has been predominantly low on tops in this match.
74.
Slight over adjustment this time, but that was
61.
extremely close.
Maybe his one and only chance of finishing off this match, because
Game
Murray has
shot
2
the
at
sick
double
flag.
18. This time he
Ryan
only needs
Murray.
the 1, and we are going all the way to the deciding leg where Ryan Murray has the darts. But in this session, the darts have been academic. Every
7
single
and
match in
final
the
leg. It's
first
Ryan
round
to
of
throw
fixtures
first.
went
Game on.
against the darts.
And this ensures that we have 4 different results in the first 4 matches. We've had a 0, a 1, a 2,
140.
and now a 3. Lots of variety here on Monday morning.
What's it they say in the NFL? Scorigami.
Where have you heard that one before?
85.
I've never heard that one.
There's a Twitter page. It's called Scorigami. It's got all the different NFL combination scores in history. There was one last night involving my Seahawks.
81.
Ah, we used to be friends, Henry. I didn't know you were a Seahawk. It's a good job you're not a Raven.
I've said too much, haven't I?
58.
Well, Greg Ritchie's wearing New York Jets colours today, and I don't like the Jets fans today because they pummeled my Steelers in the very last quarter. Anyway,
96.
water under the bridge. Ritchie is in trouble. He had 1 dart on a 1-1-4 combination to get 2
81.
points. He is vastly behind here in leg 7 and is staring down the barrel of defeat.
Could do with a trouble here, might.
44.
Just opens the door if Greg can cram in a couple of triples. For that dart in the single 5 was an absolute disaster. The realignment and the
85.
readjustment was good, but it's not enough. And so Murray has
Ryan, you
6 from
require
140 to
140.
take the honours.
If I was in his shoes right now, I'd take the ton. Just a nice, steady ton to lead tops.
100.
And that's exactly what he gets.
Board management of the highest order for Muzz Lightyear. And he may be
100.
sailing into the sunset and sealing a 4-3
Ryan,
victory
you
here if he
require
can
40.
pin this tops to condemn Greg Ritchie to his 2nd consecutive defeat.
Game,
And to
shots,
put himself
and the match.
onto 4
Ryan
points
Murray.
with 2 consecutive victories. He gets the better of Greg Ritchie in a decider in this all-Scottish clash between 2 good friends off the oche. 4 from 17 on the doubles for Ryan Murray. but the highlight being a 154 checkout. When it did come to the crunch, he was efficient enough on the doubles. And so Ryan Murray, 2 wins from 2 to kick off his day, to kick off his week here at the MODUS Super Series. We are going to see Daniel Klose in action. He won his first game here on debut in this competition against Mark McGeeney last time out. He takes on Rob Collins, who's looking to get his first win on the board. We have that for you in a few minutes' time.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're 4 games into the first day of action here in Group A, and we've just seen Ryan Murray with his 2nd victory of this session, condemning Greg Ritchie to his 2nd defeat of the morning. There we can see it was in a last leg decider. There were plenty of twists and turns in that one. A huge 1-5-4 finish on the rarely used double 17 to go level at 2-all. Looked like it could have been a turning point for Murray, but he squandered multiple opportunities in the subsequent leg and had to force a last leg decider, our first last leg decider of the day. Murray then showed his experience to get himself over the line, but there'll be plenty of stats there that he won't be pleased with. As you can see, just 4 out of 17 on the outer ring in that one. More disappointment, as I mentioned, for Greg Ritchie in that one. He'll have felt at times in that match that it was there for the take-in for him, but he remains pointless in Group A. Next up then, we have Klose against Collins of Klose. Klose certainly impressed us with his debut performance with his opening victory over Mark McGeeney. Let's find out how he does this one. But first of all, Henry, Nico, I'm not going to sit on the fence with this one. Alan Suter as my favourite Scottish player.
I just knew you were going to say that, Abby. He is very much a favourite of a lot of people right now. Very good player, great stand-up guy. It's just like Abby to pick a hipster choice, isn't it?
No shock, is there?
And you didn't even tell us, Henry. We still don't know who your favourite Scottish player is. I'm sure he'll tell us at some point. But it's England versus Germany in this one. And no, it's not football. Let's not go down that route. Let us concentrate on the darts. Now, Klose was very, very impressive on his debut match. A very measured individual up against is it fair to say that Rob Collins is a bit of a firecracker? He likes to stare into the camera lens and show people how he feels. Well, he is still looking for his first victory today. In fact, he's looking for his first leg.
It's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Rob's one of those players that needs to play on high energy, doesn't he? He needs to get himself psyched up for the occasion, and different players prep in different ways. There's nothing wrong with your prep as long as you win.
59.
Whereas Klose, you just get the feeling, that we mentioned it in the first game, is just far more measured. He'll just go up there, put 3 darts in the board, and then just see what happens.
58.
Yeah, there may be a little bit of a language barrier in the practice room, but I see that as a strength for the German today, because whereas the likes of Collins and Jacques and McGeeney,
81.
they might have a bit of banter. They might try and relax that way, whereas Daniel on the other side of the practice room will think, you can do what you like, I'll just plod along and get the points.
Like a 90s song, say what you want, but it won't change my mind.
I didn't think you were old enough for that track.
I'm not, that's the problem.
135.
And Rob Collins is nicknamed Man of Steel, which is pretty similar to another player
58.
who dwells in the south of England. Matt Clark, he was known as Superman, wasn't he? You may wonder why he was called Superman. Well, he was Matt Clark, and he was from Kent.
97.
Quashes that one. As to why Rob is called Man of Steel, maybe you know on social media, because I don't. I'd love to know. And if you want to get in touch,
100.
by all means,
Daniel,
you can do so today.
129.
Daniel, with a very tidy beginning to this one again. And that was a bad second dart there.
49.
He does make very good decisions, though. When he's on 105 there with 1 dart left, going 25 in bulb was the right call. So I'm learning a bit more about Daniel Klose as each leg goes by. He's a good decision maker.
Require 80.
Which in this format, when you're playing a lot of games, the good decision makers are the ones that are going to be the movers and shakers. In some ways, that first dart wasn't a bad one because it meant he had to go high for tops.
40. Rob, you require 85.
It's going to be the 45 here. And that means that a treble still needs to be found. He's going to be so angry with that effort. From 85, you've got to at
44.
least get a shot at the
Daniel,
ball.
you require 40. Game
And
shot
so
on the
tops
first
closes
leg.
out the first
Daniel
leg for
Klose.
Klose. He's on the board against Rob Collins, who is still searching for his first leg of the day. He's played 5, lost 5.
Second leg, it's Rob to
He'll
throw first.
desperately
Game
want
on.
to get rid of that morning bagel.
I don't care how much experience you've got, but when you have the kind of
97.
start that Rob has had so far, which is frustrating, that first leg, you just need it to settle you down a bit.
You feel you're in the day then, don't you, once you get the first one on the board?
Yes, you do. I've seen
119.
players play in groups like this, and they've had a shocking run of results. I remember Aaron Monk on a Thursday and a Friday night around a year ago.
100.
He could barely win a leg. He just couldn't find his doubles, and his opponents were really sweeping him aside. It can have a really bad effect on the rest of your week. But we have, on the flip side of that, seen from Moreno Blom
29.
a couple of weeks ago, and we've also seen from Kieran Tian in the last month, that what happens in Group A can be swept aside, and they can still be very effective. Blom made the Saturday night.
83.
Kieran Tian went on to win the Saturday night.
He'll be one of the 12 players we'll see at Champions Week, which takes place between October the 17th and the 22nd. And remember, you can be here for
60.
finals night, not just of Champions Week, but for Week 11 and Week 12. Head over to dartshop.tv, Tickets are £5. That's a deposit, so it'd be redeemable once you get to the venue for a round of drinks
129.
behind the bar.
If you do have the opportunity of coming here for the big finals night, the grand final night in week 13, you're going to want to be here because no matter who makes the final 6, it's going to be some lineup.
Just to see the suit I've got prepared for it.
Oh, there's your first warning. Does that mean we've got to up our wardrobe game for the Saturday night?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. Warning heeded. Same goes for you, Abby. And Collins will surely bag his first leg here. But a really good pressure shot there from Daniel. Can Collins find his first double?
Game shot on the second leg.
There it is. There's that fire. Sometimes that's what he needs just to get cracking. And his day has finally begun.
Indeed it has. And we see with Rob Collins in the first dart on those doubles at the top of the board, just go above. He can just crash it in with the bulbous barrels he's got.
It's funny you mentioned wardrobe because our referee today, Charlie Klose, being one of the best in the business. He referees so much in the way of darts that when he wakes up in the morning, he can open his wardrobe and he'll see 99% referee uniforms.
135.
Even when he's on his days off, he referees. He's been refereeing county darts this weekend for his beloved Essex.
I went away with Charlie. I worked with him on the event down in Breen in July. And he's picked him up from the old studio,
26.
driven him down to Breen. And in his suitcase, we shared a room the weekend, in his suitcase was a refereeing uniform for what was then the Live League, refereeing uniform for the event we were at, and just suits and everything else. I don't think he had his own clothes on him.
He works so much he doesn't need his own clothes. But wholeheartedly, he really is one of the best referees out there. We love him. And he's doing a fabulous job this morning.
135.
Well, a number of brilliant refs we have here at the Super Series. You may see one or two new names in the refereeing department. That's all I'm going to say for now.
Yeah, they all do a fabulous job. We've had
100.
Alexa Garen Roderick, Owen Binks, Paul Hinks. Klose seems to have slowed down scoring-wise over the last couple of legs, and Collins has gone the other way. He's sped up. Confidence is back. Possible 12-darter.
Game shot
12-darter banked. And he's starting to brim right now, is Man of Steel. Maybe Daniel Klose is not the kryptonite that he once thought he was.
Well, we mentioned a couple of minutes ago how important just getting that first leg on the board by hook and by crook can be just to build confidence. Well, Rob Collins here is showing this as a case in point.
56.
Gets the first on the board, backed it up with a 12. He's now 2 from 4 on the doubles, including the 86 checkout we've just seen. Average above 90 now. And suddenly, we're seeing the full Rob
55.
Collins repertoire.
All 6 players who are playing this morning in Group A played at qualifying
28.
school earlier this year. All 6 players have played on the Challenge Tour this year. You're starting to see a bit of a pattern here. Of all of the players on the Challenge Tour playing today,
59.
Daniel Klose has the best running average of the season, which to a lot of people might be a surprise. And he's played the most matches too. He's played 56 Challenge Tour matches this year. I think what we're starting to see with Daniel is an upping of his work rate in the sport. He's obviously traveling a bit more. He's willing to put in the hours.
140.
And by putting in those hours, he's willing to sacrifice time in Germany at home to try and do what some other darting Germans have done.
100.
There's a lot of attention right now around Martin Schindler and Gabe Clemens and some others like Flo Hempel. But you might want to watch out for Klose and for Weinig when towards the end of this
84.
year, they have something called the German Super League. And the winner of that German Super League will get a World Championship spot. You just never know. It could be Daniel.
Will we see the return of the Lollipop Man at the German Super League this year?
Oh, that's a lovely
82.
fella by the name of Deddy. Great guy. I don't really want to see the return of the Lollipop Man.
Yeah, I get the
for
reasons
obvious
why.
reasons, because it would mean that everybody's got to wear masks and
59.
social distance and that kind of thing. But that was just genius at the time. Imagine that being your job. Who would be the best Super Series Lollipop person?
85.
We best
Daniel
not say, because it
require
probably end up being an
104.
insult. Daniel Klose then 104 for a break of throw with Collins hot on his heels on 95. Decided to go downstairs first dart. Stayed there. And again, we're seeing this with those finishes because it just gives you the opportunity to stay
52.
there if you miss the first
Rob, you
dart.
require 95.
Ooh, interesting. Double top.
Game shot.
That's a fascinating check out there from Rob Collins. He is looking at single 15 tops, or if he gets the 45, he is pretty much saying that he doesn't want to take it in 2 darts.
First. Game on.
He's actually sending out a declaration of intent, isn't he? Because of 95, yes, we all know the treble 19 route. Most players will go 25 just to ensure they got a dart at the ball. Well, Collins is basically saying,
100.
in whatever scenario, as you rightly mentioned, I only need 1 dart.
It's actually quite a healthy mindset. He is taking out of the
44.
equation the bullseye. He'd much rather have 2 darts at tops than going for, say, treble 19 and double 19. But when you hit it, you look like a genius.
59.
And right there, that was a great finish. In fact, his best finish of this match.
Darting Einsteinium. Darting perfection almost there with a 140.
Is Einsteinium on the periodic table?
You're asking someone who failed science at school.
Well, I'd need a diary to look at when I was last at school. It was a long time ago.
60.
Was that? Did I ask the question because of timing or because you bunked off?
Time. It's been a long time.
Either way, I kind of threw you
59.
under the bus with that comment, didn't I?
Maybe a little. We had a lovely view of Daniel's throw just a couple of throws ago from the side. Just lovely positions. You can tell
140.
he's got the same proclivity as Greg Ritchie. He's throwing upwards, giving you an indication of just how tall he is. Whereas Rob Collins is a bit taller and thrusting that
100.
from lip
Daniel
height
require
and forwards, getting the
142.
dart to flick up. But Klose just a little bit more diminutive, throwing upwards and not accurately right there. So Collins has got his first chance of winning the match
65.
right now.
Rob, you require 158.
So Klose will return for 77 to bring it back to 3-2. Collins would have the throw in the next leg to seal it.
122.
However,
Daniel
he is
requires
saying to Klose, you're
77.
going to have to take this out because I'm going to return for double 18 if you don't. Well, he's going to get 2. Needs both, double 5.
67.
Doesn't get it, and so Collins returns for
Rob,
the
you
match.
require 36.
Double 18 to seal a 4-1 victory. Double 9
Game,
to banish the
shot,
darting
and the
demons
match. Rob
from the opening
Collins.
defeat against Ryan Murray. Rob Collins is on the board with a 4-1 victory over the debutant Daniel Klose, and this is how he's done it. An average just underneath 86, getting the game's solitary maximum 4 for 9 on the doubles, 44%. A high checkout there, 95, and a confident 95 as well. I'm sure we'll talk about that in the analysis, the way he went for that particular finish. So for Daniel Klose and Rob Collins. It's 1 win, 1 defeat from their opening 2 matches. We're going to round off the second round of fixtures after this short break when we see Peter Jacques in action up against Mark McGeeney.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're a third of the way through our day's action in Group A. Paul Nicholson alongside me to discuss what we've seen so far. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing Daniel Klose in action. What have you made of his 2 performances so far?
Not too bad. I think his first performance, he'll have had a bit of adrenaline pumping, and he was able to get the first 2 points, and that will settle him down a bit. But ultimately, he just didn't have enough in that previous game. You saw the fire that comes with Rob Collins, and you just know that he needs that if he's going to get a win. So well done to Rob. He's finally on the board, but this is going to be a very tight group for me.
And what a difference a leg makes. There you can see confirmation, a 4-1 win for Rob Collins, but he finally got that first leg on the board, then a 12-dart leg. Some intriguing finishing, I think it's fair to say, from him as well in that one.
Yeah, that 95 finish was a little different, but it just goes to show that he's got the courage of his conviction. He's got his own ways, which we've said about Greg Ritchie as well. But I just get the feeling that there is going to be some unpredictability over the next couple of days.
And just a word on Ryan Murray as well. 2 contrasting performances from him, or 2 contrasting games. He has got 4 points on the board, but it shows, doesn't it, the manner in which he's come through both of them. He's going to be a real stern challenge for anyone, because even when you push him all the way, he's got what it takes.
Yeah, 1 good scoring performance, and you would have to say that in his first game it was all about his doubling. Now, if he can just even that out a bit more, then maybe who we thought was the favourite for the group in Peter Jacques, maybe it's Ryan Murray who is going to be his closest challenger.
And you mentioned Jacques there. He's up next against Mark McGeeney. Some really impressive finishing from him, a 160 and a 127 in game.
Yeah, there you have it. I mean, if you're going to stick in a couple of ton-plus finishes per game, you're going to be really tough to beat. But I suppose, pound for pound, this is maybe the most heavyweight fixture we're going to have because of the experience of both of these guys, no matter where they've played over the last 10 years. So I'm really interested to see how it goes.
So am I. Let's get into it then, shall we? Our next match of the afternoon, it is, of course, Jacques up against Mark McGeeney.
Thank you very much, Abby. You can buy many, many things in life. You can buy flashy cars, you can buy lots of houses. You could even buy a private island if you so like. But the one thing you can never buy in life is experience. And that's one thing that both of these players here have in an abundance. They have been there, they have done it, and more often than not, they have won it. Mark McGeeney up against Peter Jacques is our 6th game of the morning session here on Monday here at the MODUS Super Series from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These two do have a meeting against each other in this particular competition. Just the one. And it was Peter Jacques that was the victor. And it was this year. It was in Phase 3, Week 4 in the final.
First leg, it's Peter
Jacques,
to
as I
throw
say, a
first.
4-1 victor, an average of a
Game on.
101.05. What's the second renewal between these two here at the Super Series going to provide, I wonder?
140.
Would you agree,
100.
Henry, that this, on paper, is the best fixture because of what Peter Jacques has done in his career? And he's wanting to do a lot more.
100.
But what McGeeney has done puts him in a very unique shop window, I suppose, in this group, because he's done more than anybody else. And I want to blow Mark's trumpet a little bit,
81.
because let's face it, he's had a very tricky couple of years. Lost his tour card last year. Played a bit of stuff with us.
100.
Lost a lot of weight during COVID. Took him a bit of time to get used to that. But let's talk about what he's done. Obviously, we've mentioned that he made a Lakeside final.
100.
But he's put himself in his career in a very interesting window of people who have defended the Dutch Open. Can you possibly imagine how that will have made him feel? A, winning it, and then
45.
defending it? Only great players do that.
You have to be a special talent. 3,000 players plus. To win it once is some achievement. To do that again?
Yeah, you said that Super Series darts is a marathon.
83. Peter,
Look
you
no
require
further.
160.
He's won marathon tournaments.
They don't get any bigger than the Dutch Open anywhere in Planet Darts.
56. Mark, you require 137.
Remember, that's an unseeded tour, and you can run into anyone at any possible juncture. Well, at this particular juncture, it's Jacques who finds himself on 60 for the opening leg with throw, but it is
Peter,
going to be under
60.
some severe pressure as McGeeney leads himself tops after 15. That's what Jacques is staring
Game
down
shot on
now,
the
and that's
first
what Jacques
leg.
gets.
Peter Jacques.
And he gets the opening leg against the Gladiator. And what we sense will be the day's gladiatorial battle.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure Peter doesn't want to go to war like they did in the War of the Roses. But you do see a lot of very proud Yorkshire players
140.
wearing the white rose.
Famously, Dean Winstanley wore a Yorkshire rose, a literal white rose on his shirt when he played
95.
Martin Adams in the 2011 BDO World Championship final.
There's nothing wrong with being proud of the county you're from. I've worn the county flag of Northumberland on my dart shirt before.
140.
You've seen many a red rose as well, particularly from four-time world champion Lisa Ashton. And she's called
140.
the Lancashire Rose. So there you have it. This guy's called the Terrier. Probably something to do with the fact that one of the world's most famous dogs is called the Yorkshire Terrier, I guess.
We could have a battle of
95.
Yorkshire and Lancashire this week, with Jordan Brooks coming into the fray later on, and Yanis Mustafaez is from St Helens in Lancashire.
49. Mark, you require 126.
Back here, McGeeney wants 126. Going for the treble 19 there.
54.
Didn't have to attack it with the same vigour as perhaps he usually would with Jacques back on 217. It's been quite comfortable with the darts thus far in this match. Not something we've actually said much today.
100. Mark your requires 72.
So 72 for McGeeney. Another one of them would be lovely. Decided to go 12 tops instead.
32.
And that's
PT
just
require
above.
117.
These are the kind of shots that Peter Jacques takes out against you. But not on this occasion.
43. Mark your require
If you think
40.
he's called the Terrier just because of the fact that Yorkshire has terriers, think again. He's a terrier-like player.
Game shot on the second
But
leg.
Mark is gladiatorial,
McGeeney.
like Henry said. And he doesn't mind a bit of a darting battle.
Battle very much
Third leg,
on
it's
here.
Pitts to throw first. Game on.
Just a reminder how the players did in the first round of fixtures. Peter Jacques got the better
36.
Greg Ritchie by 4 legs to 2, whilst McGeeney lost to the debutant Daniel Klose by 4 legs to 1. So McGeeney is looking to, well, pretty much even this group out.
97.
If he can get victory in this particular matchup, it would mean that Ryan Murray would have won 2 from 2. Greg Ritchie would have lost 2 from 2, but the other players would have
99.
records of 1 win, 1 defeat.
You can't read too much into the first couple of rounds of fixtures, but by the end of day one, you've got a little bit of a feel as to who
85.
the strong horses could potentially be. But I will never forget one of the first weeks that I covered this tournament where Jamie Caven
140.
won 8 points on the Monday. But by the end of the week, he started just to lose his way a little bit. And consequently, he actually had to withdraw through injury.
100.
But success on a Monday is no guarantee of success by the end of Wednesday. For me, tomorrow is a huge day because if you don't put yourself
99.
into the reckoning for the final day of Group A on Wednesday, then you are going to be playing on Thursday and Friday. It's as simple as that. I firmly believe you've got to be within 4 points of the top come Wednesday morning. Otherwise,
49.
it's not
PT
going to happen for
require
you.
127.
Well, we've seen it once today. Not going to happen again. Although we could have some early Monday morning fishing
43. Mark your require 170.
in the Super Series Lake. Former Lakeside finalist was looking to get the big catch.
94. PC require 84.
Well, if every checkout had a name, I wonder what 84 would be.
72.
But he doesn't take
Mark
it.
your requires 76.
How many times in his career has he taken a 76 checkout? It seems so easy. Can he make it look easy? That could be kind.
60.
It was cruel.
PT you require 12.
Usually they bend in the other side.
Game shot on the third leg.
No mistake
Peter
there from
Jacques.
Peter Jacques. So he opens up a 2-1 lead. McGeeney's had 2 darts to break in that previous leg on the back of a 76.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Would we classify this as a bit of a War of the Roses match? Because McGeeney's from Stockport.
Yeah.
It's not quite Lancashire, is it?
60.
It's Greater Manchester.
Don't tell Tony O'Shea that.
Tony O'Shea played for Cheshire.
He did, yes, very true. Very proud Cheshire player as well, was
100.
Silverback.
Yeah, you and I have had plenty of chances to sit down and talk with Tony. He's one of the most interesting individuals I've ever spoken to. And one of the nicest people as
48.
well.
Oh, yes. He's one of those people that you sit down with Tony and you, after a session's finished, and you go back and you have a little bit of food and whatever, and you intend just to stay there
100.
for an hour. But Tony's company is just the kindest, calmest, and the most relaxed, that you look at your watch and you see what hour it is, and it's like, well, we're going to have to go to bed now.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
140.
It takes a really special person to make you engage that way. I feel that way about Scott Mitchell. I could listen to Scott talk about
60.
farming all day. And I've had my chances to sit down and chat with Mark. I've done a couple of exhibitions with him in the past, and he's just the kind of guy that doesn't have a mean bone in his body.
45.
Now, with a nickname like Gladiator, you'd think he's got a nasty streak. He doesn't. He plays a very placid game. His game is all about focus.
60.
Some people need that extra aggression, like Rob Collins. Some people need that little X factor, but what Mark requires is a room like this where he can focus.
60.
I think he'll be successful this week.
Everything's about muscle memory, isn't it, with McGeeney? Everything is about that repetitive motion, doing everything the same. And by doing that, and as you say,
81.
keeping that
Mark to
focus,
require
that is his keys to
148.
success.
He's got stopping points. Getting that dart in front of his eye with the elbow in good position, if that is right, it's all about the follow through afterwards.
134.
He almost takes the fourth leg
PT
with a real
require
haymaker.
100.
Jacques can make him pay.
Tops. What a marker.
80.
I'm surprised that didn't
Mark
go in.
required
So McGeeney
14.
wants double 7 because he went inside on the double 14 on the back of the 148.
Game shot on the
Levels us up at 2 apiece.
McGeeney.
That was a confident dart.
Yeah, there was no laying up there. And with the way that his darts sit in the
Fifth
board,
leg, it's Pete's
he
to
had
throw
every
first.
option
Game on.
available to him of maybe hitting it a little bit low and finding his way towards that red segment, but no,
100.
aggressive with that first dart. You're absolutely right, Henry. That was a brave play.
Here's one of those. When you play brave, it's either a genius tactic
96.
or it can be seen as insanity. But I like the fact that he's going to go for it. Don't be conservative about things.
Do you know why dart players don't like
41.
double 7?
Go on.
Because it's an odd number. If double 7 had a different number next to it, everybody would love it. It's actually quite a nice position
50.
to throw at. It's right next door to double 16, which most players really like. But really odd that if you were to interview or poll 100
68.
top dart players, at least 85 of them, in my opinion, would say that they can't stand odd numbers because of the way they play this game. Some of them take it a bit further as well.
125.
This is no word of a lie. I know quite a few dart players that do not have the volume in their cars and the volume in their TVs at home on odd numbers because they don't like odd numbers that much. It's something
96.
called triskaidekaphobia, a fear of odd numbers. I believe that's correct.
And you've got trichodecaphobia, which is the fear of the number 13. Yvette Fielding will be here a bit later.
125.
Meanwhile here, Mark McGeeney will not have triskaidekaphobia. He'll be wanting to take out the 105. May have to.
123.
Good like this.
Mark, you require 105.
Really finely poised, but what a chance for McGeeney to break the throw. He doesn't get a shot at the outer ring.
65.
But he does position
Peter
himself
requires
well.
73.
Tops, if this 73 doesn't go, he's going to get one dart at double 11,
51.
and that skims the wire.
Mark, you
And so
require
McGeeney for a
40.
break of throw wants tops.
Game
And he
shot
now
on the fifth
has the
leg.
dart
Mark McGeeney.
for the match. And if McGeeney can win this particular matchup, it really does bunch up Group A right from the very get-go.
He's starting to put
Sixth leg,
something
it's
together
Mark
as
to
well
throw
as Mark.
first. Game on.
His first performance, he averaged in the mid-80s and didn't find much in the way of success when it came to the doubles, but this isn't an incrementally better performance. He stuck a couple on his average,
86.
and his doubles are acceptable at 37%. That's, I suppose, what you would expect from all of your games this week. Let's just have a little look at their averages.
125.
Jacques has gone down a peg or so since beating Greg Ritchie in match 2 by about 5 points. McGeeney has gone up about 2.
You said
95.
earlier on that you thought that these two players have got a consistent enough level to be the two that perhaps may duke it out for top spoils come the end of play on Wednesday. We're seeing it from McGeeney most certainly early on.
100.
But before play started, who did you fancy for the top spot? Because I was going with Jacques because of his previous running average when he was with us in the format. And the bookmakers chose
58.
the same option. I'm not going to veer away from that right now, but I don't think the person who wins this group is going to do it by more than 2 points.
Totally agreed. And I just thought that McGeeney's got this consistent flat line level, along with Jacques, that he just thought over 3 days, 15 matches would get him over the line. There's players here where you're going to see
92.
a lot of exuberant darts,
PT
but maybe
require
every now and then the odd
136.
performance here and there which goes below par. You expect McGeeney to be around roughly that same level every single match.
82.
To win the match,
Mark, you require 170.
he wants the big fish.
We've had 2 big uns already this morning. We might get the biggest of the lot. And for the second time today, because of that expression you can see, he's missed out on a shot at the bullseye.
132.
But another impeccable
PT
approach.
require
His
54.
4th visits have been really good so far today.
Will he get a go?
34.
He will.
Mark, you require 38.
And Mark McGeeney's layup play may give him the chance to win the game. Goes straight for the double 19. It's been his mantra all day to attack
22.
every single finish.
PT require 20.
But the chip up to the green was good. He just couldn't convert the putt.
No score.
I sensed
Mark
that Peter
requires
thought that double 10 was
16.
in, and he wasn't expecting to go for double 5. That's why his shot was short. And McGeeney
Game,
does
shot,
find the win
and
by
match.
4 legs to
Mark
2.
McGeeney.
An early hiccup for Peter Jacques, but McGeeney is on the board with his first 2 points of his campaign. There you can see how he did it. The checkouts, acceptable at 36%. He will want to improve on that though, but 4 from 11 is not that bad. But the high checkout for McGeeney at 40, that tells you that his approach play was that good. We're going to have match number 7 coming up now. It's going to be Germany versus Scotland when we come back, with Murray and Klose coming up next.
Hello and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth where the Group A action continues. We've just seen Mark McGeeney get his first victory in Group A. It's starting to look quite tight in the table, isn't it, after the first 2 rounds of games. There you can see an 85 average from McGeeney, a far superior performance from the 2018 BDO World Championship runner-up, meaning the table is looking congested. A number of players winning their opening game. There's just one more player who hasn't yet got off the mark in Group A. He'll still feel, though, that he can do more, McGeeney. The finishing stats not overly impressive. He'll still feel he can improve things at the back end of legs. But getting into our next match then, we've got Ryan Murray up against Dan Klose. Murray looking to get his 3rd win from 3 in Group A. As we mentioned earlier with Paul Nicholson, 2 contrasting games, winning the first one with some power scoring, some really clinical finishing, but then having to dig deep to get over the line. 4-3 in his last match. Similar for Dan Klose. Of course, he lost his last match, but contrasting performances from him. He'll be looking to bounce back in this one. So can Murray move on to 6 points, or can Klose close the gap at the top of the table? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Nico.
Yes, thanks, Abby. Very well put, in fact. An interesting first couple of rounds here for Daniel. But Muzz Lightyear comes into round 3 as the only undefeated player so far in Group A. So far, so good for the man throwing a 28-gram dart. Now, what is it about heavy darts at the minute becoming more fashionable? We saw Liam Meek a couple of weeks ago with a 27-gram dart. Ryan Murray's got a 28. Ryan Searle's got a 32. Do you see the heavy dart coming back into fashion, Henry?
It feels like it. And it's interesting to know why, because it's not as if it's back in the days where you had, the board
First
perhaps
leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
the way it was with the staples
Game
and all the
on.
rest of it. You could see why they'd throw a heavier dart. The conditions are perfect. There's no air conditioning or anything like that. I know obviously back in the past when we've had the PDC event in Dubai, players would go up in grammage to counteract the breeze.
100.
Just wonder whether it may be is it a grip thing or something like that? You'd know probably better than I would on that particular matter.
If anything, I've gone down in weight just because they're easier to throw.
134.
It's all about finding what works for you. And stay within the parameters of the sport, of course. You can't have anything under 12 grams.
85.
You can't have anything over 50.
Could you
It might even be less than that now, actually. I'll have to double check the rules.
Could you imagine someone throwing a 50-gram dart? It would be a prolific maximum hit, to
67.
put it that way.
It would make one heck of a noise against the board.
Maybe
But-
that could be one of our themed weeks, 50-gram week.
89.
I think the players like Ryan Murray would probably be at an advantage because they're already throwing a heavier dart. Well, Daniel has had a very decent start to his campaign. If he was to
60.
maintain a win percentage over Group A of 50%, he's going to walk away with 14 or 16 points. That's not going to win this group.
57.
So he is going to have to win more games than he loses if he is going to stand a chance of winning this group. And the thing that makes it really tight is the evidence that we have at hand
60.
so
Ryan, you
far this
require
morning, Henry.
170.
Every average so far from the winning and losing players has been 80-something. Every one of them.
98.
So there's not much between these players at all
And what are the 2 players averaging so far in this first leg?
in the 80s.
Correlations. Murray will be hoping some
95.
congratulations by winning
requires
this opening leg
72.
by pinning the 72. Goes for the 16s, gets the treble, which gives him 2 darts at double 12, moves across for double 6.
60.
And so
Daniel,
Klose
you
returns to
require
85. We're going to have a super zoom on the 15s here, you presume.
That's the second time today he's gone for the treble 19 on an 85 shot. So obviously he'd much rather have double 14 than
45.
tops. Well, watch out for
Ryan
that in the
required
future.
12.
But he had no choice but to leave tops there. And hope that he comes back. Awkward double 3.
Game shot
But
on the first
what an
leg.
assist that was
Ryan
from
Murray.
that second dart. You saw it move. And the next thing you see is Ryan Murray hitting that double 3 for a 1-0 lead. That was a beautiful
Second
shot.
leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Took a deflection off the central defender and in. And interesting you say how pivotal this game could be for the group. As you say, Murray could get on to 6 points with victory here. And I feel like this is a 18-point
59.
group. It's so bunched up, it's so tight, it's so congested.
You've gone early, Henry. You're saying that 18 points is going to win Group A?
97.
I'm going to go there. I'm going to stick my neck out.
That's a big call. I'm going to go for 20. I think it will be a low-scoring winner this week. I think there's going to be a lot of ups and downs. This is not going to be a 28-point winning group.
139.
Watch, you'll see Ryan Murray just go undefeated the whole time and get the 30 in our face, potentially. But, yes, if you can pick up 8 points per day,
82.
so that's 4 wins out of 5 on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. 24, that'll be fine.
Although I should carry out and say that my predictions last week were
95.
way off.
Pressure's on me this week. My predictions a couple of weeks ago weren't that great.
100.
But the reason our predictions are sometimes off is because a lot of these groups are very tight. And we're talking about very tight picks as well.
Glad we got the excuses in early.
Absolutely.
60.
Well, Murray here on the Richie Benno score, looking to set it up handy with Klose back on 148. But that's not going to help. Moves across to the 18s.
Daniel, you require
Recovers it with the last dart.
148.
And so can Klose get the 148? Mark McGeeney was close to finishing this off in the last match. And we know that he likes double 14, but he's not going to get a dart at it on this particular occasion.
140.
It's really
Ryan, you
fascinating that you
require
mentioned a cricket score there
128.
with a German player on the hockey. I'll come back to that in a second. Because Ryan Murray's going for the bull.
86.
Not this time.
Daniel, you require 8.
Daniel looking to score the equivalent of 2 boundaries here.
No score.
Oh, and that's a wide.
Ryan, you require 42.
Ryan Murray could be halfway back to the pavilion if he can take out the 42. Double 16.
10.
Wow. And you thought the first
Daniel,
dart
you
was a
require
sumptuous
8.
guide, but it goes the other way, and so Klose returns for double 4 to level us up. An opportunity perhaps he didn't expect to get. Up for the madhouse.
Game shot
And an
on the second
opportunity
leg.
that in the
Daniel
end he has
Klose.
taken. He's gone the long way around it, but Daniel Klose levels us up at 1 apiece, and Ryan Murray may have missed a big opportunity to break
Third leg,
and
it's
open
Ryan
up a
to throw
2-0 lead.
first.
As we
Game
have it,
on.
we are dead level.
If you are going to miss a chance like that, you're better off missing it in leg 2 than leg 7. Yes, but did you know, and you
48.
probably do because you're well up on cricket, you know the popularity of cricket is going up really, really big in Germany?
One of the fastest growing sports out there.
Absolutely, and it's because of immigration. A lot of
97.
immigrants who have moved from the likes of Pakistan and Afghanistan to Germany, and the popularity of cricket in Germany is rocketing.
140.
But is it as fast as darts, though? Because the popularity of darts in Germany, honestly, you've got to be there to believe it.
You could put anything out in Germany and you will get a crowd.
140.
They could probably put me and Charlie in a best of 21 and probably attract a couple of thousand. And by the way, Charlie would absolutely smash me to bits.
Yeah, Charlie's pretty good.
70.
Our referee today, Charlie, can throw a mean dart. He was pairs partner with one of our Champions Week participants, really, in Ilfracombe. I don't know how they got on, but...
You would have known if they won.
100.
Yes. Absolutely. And I've seen Charlie throw a few darts. He's pretty useful.
Played county youth, if I remember rightly.
96.
Don't even think it was that long ago.
164.
And this is where we find out what kind of a counter Daniel is. He's not one of those players who's going to go for the 2 treble 19s
140.
or try and do anything
Ryan,
too
you
fancy.
require
He's
147.
incredibly precise and hopeful right now.
74.
His hopes have come true because
Daniel,
now
you
he's got double
require
12 for a
24.
break of throw and a 2-1 lead.
And how quickly games can
Game shown
turn
third
around in this
leg.
format,
Daniel
because in the last
Klose.
leg, Ryan Murray had 2 darts to break Daniel Klose. They came and went. Klose has taken advantage of his opportunity, and
Fourth
now
leg,
he
it's Daniel
leads
to
by
throw first.
2 legs to 1, and he was
Game on.
really eager there to get back to the hockey and throw first.
It's one of the things on debut that you have to get used to. That 10-second gap between legs.
59.
We should have a countdown clock, shouldn't we?
That would get old so quickly.
140.
I have noticed as well, and it's something that my commentary colleague and friend Dan Dawson has noticed as well, that German dart players are possibly the best in the world at getting their logos done. Nico Kurtz, Max Hopp, Martin Schindler, Daniel Klose has got a belter here.
100.
They know how to brand themselves, and I applaud that. That is a really cool logo. This is really sensible shooting as well.
133.
He's making really good decisions. By the game, I am growing to like this guy. I like the way he operates.
Everything about
44.
it
Daniel, you
just
require
ladles that
129.
German efficiency. Let's see how efficient he'll be here with the 129. And interesting there, the first thing he did as he approached the hockey was have a look at the scoreboard, see what Ryan Murray's on. Has a look again.
Know where you stand, know where they stand,
89.
execute accordingly. Pretty simple. And he leaves himself on tops with Murray not on a finish. This is all of a sudden looking very good for the German
120.
against a previously
Daniel, you require
undefeated
40.
Scotsman here today.
Tops for 3-1. Double 10. Big dart incoming.
Game
And
shown
he
the
is up
fourth
to the
leg.
task, and he
Daniel
is 1 leg
Klose.
away. He doesn't give Ryan Murray the opportunity on 97 to level us up. And so, the Scotsman here,
Fifth leg. It's
has
Ryan
the
to throw
darts in the
first.
fifth.
Game on.
but he needs to hold to stay in the match.
And yet again, 2 averages in the 80s.
95.
Nobody has lit up the hockey yet. Nobody has played terribly. So we are having that nice range between 80 and 90.
59.
Carry on with averages in the 80s. We'll have to wear a mullet tomorrow.
You won't be seeing me with the mullet anytime soon.
62.
Unless I'm at a Halloween party trying to mimic that guy from Stranger Things.
Well, Daniel Klose is hoping to be running up that hill. He's on the hill in this particular match.
134.
I wondered where you were going with that, actually. That was a really good segue.
85.
I'm still of the opinion that when we have stage 2 at the end of the month, if we're playing on Halloween, all of the players should be in fancy dress. Just to throw a bit of fun out there. I remember a few years ago when Peter Wright played Kim Hybrex in Hasselt, and he went up on stage in full
98.
scary regalia. It was astonishing. So the challenge has been laid down for the players potentially playing on October the 31st.
I think it's on a Sunday this year. You just completely ruined your idea.
Oh, well, there goes that idea.
Well, we could do the night before.
Oh, it's on the Monday.
Oh, it's on the Monday, even
There
better.
you go. They've got all weekend to get their outfits ready.
Shall we all... I don't know whether you're on commentary or not, but I reckon whoever's on commentary and presenting should dress up.
Not me. I won't be here that day, so it's going to have to be Chris Murphy, I think.
Yeah, we'll have to dress up for that occasion. We'll have to wear our scariest outfit. Well, Klose could give Murray a scare here if he can take out the 110 to win the match. Goes down for this 19s route again. He really does like this because it gives him the opportunity to stay downstairs, go along for 50, treble 17 to lead tops. And so Murray needs this 90 to stay in the match.
Stay straight. Beautiful dart for double 15.
60.
Oh, the line was perfect. It just dips 60 at the end to rob him of leg 5. And Klose. How close is he?
Game, shots,
he is superb in getting his second victory of the day. He joins Ryan Murray on 4 points. It's a really good average as well of 88. Checkouts, very decent at 44%. His highest checkout again is his last checkout of the match. His approach play was excellent, just like McGeeney in the previous match. So that's 7 matches down. We're going to have McGeeney coming back to the hockey after the break, and he's going to take on the somewhat pointless Greg Ritchie. He'll be hoping he's not pointless when he plays in the next game.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where in Game 7 of the day we've just seen debutant Dan Klose get his second victory of the session, condemning Ryan Murray to his first defeat of the day. It looked like Murray was on course to record his third win in 3 matches early on in that one. He had chances to break his German opponent early on, didn't take them, and the efficiency of Klose kicked into action yet again, looking unflustered and more like he's adapting to the surroundings and everything that comes with this tournament. There you can see not really digging up trees with that highest checkout. 60 is the biggest finish in that match, but 4 out of 9, which is super impressive in that match. He's certainly proving to be a stern competitor for everyone, and the field will need to watch out with the German about. Next up, we have Ritchie against McGeeney. Of course, Greg Ritchie, the only player yet to pick up a point in Group A against McGeeney, who was really impressive coming through his last match. So then, what are we going to see in this one? Lads, what's your prediction? Over to you.
That's what we like. On the spot, from the off. McGeeney for me.
One player will win 4 legs.
You cop out. I went straight for the throat. And you melted, Henry. Come on, you got to give us a prediction now. I'm going to go for the 50-year-old from Stockport with a 22-gram unicorn dart.
Let's make it interesting. Let's go for Greg. Let's have some tribal battles here in the commentary box.
He is from a beautiful part of Scotland as well. Musselburgh in the Edinburgh area, or just south of that, I believe. A gorgeous part of Scotland. But then again, in Scotland, it's all gorgeous. You might not think so this time of year, but if you go around Musselburgh and the surrounding areas, absolutely gorgeous.
Established earlier, this is your favourite time of the year, autumn.
Autumn is my favourite time of the year. It's because of the colours. The browns, the reds, the blacks, the greens. See where I'm going with this?
100.
Yeah. Dartboards are not autumnal. They are evergreens. They are always the same. But every now and again, when you walk outside in the autumn, after a good day of darts,
140.
it's the colours of autumn that really make you think that this is a beautiful place to live. It was a bit deep for a Monday morning. That's a good job it's Monday
60.
afternoon.
So usually I can seg my way out of everything. I'm not sure how I seg out of that.
Yeah, welcome to working with me.
It's an insightful
100.
experience.
Sometimes I don't even know what's going through my ears. This is week 11 of 12 qualifying for Champions Week.
41.
You may ask why we've seen a lot of averages in the 80s so far today. It's a combination of these players just finding their feet and finding their form, seeing what's working, seeing what's
60.
not working. But they want to be here in a couple of weeks' time. They may have already set out that they will not be working or doing anything else in that Champions Week
125.
because they expect to be there.
Well, McGeeney will expect himself, or would have hoped to have seen himself on a 2-darter on the end of this visit. It can still happen if he can crank in a second
85.
treble. What to be on this occasion. He's going to return for the 116 for a break of throw in the opening leg with Richie all the way back on 175. He's been slow to get out the gates in this particular matchup. That's struggling a wee bit.
Now, Greg scored 77.
97.
And he
Mark
really
required
wanted to go for that 60 to leave double 19 to put ample pressure on this 116. It was the right decision. Unfortunately for Mark, that second available
56.
shot was vastly underpitched.
78.
And so for a hold of throw, which in fairness to Greg Ritchie will feel like a break because McGeeney's dominated the opening exchanges here. Tops he wants.
58.
That drags low
Mark
and McGeeney will get his
60.
chance. He should get 2 at tops, all being well.
This is where throwing a dart like this really helps on a 60 checkout.
Game shot on the
Because he's
first
got
leg.
absolutely
Not
nothing in the way.
McGeeney.
We talked at length a couple of weeks ago about Conan Whitehead. When he was hitting a single 20, the dart was in the way, the
Second
flight
leg,
was in
it's
the
Mark
way,
to
he'd have
throw
to move.
first. Game on.
But McGeeney, with the way his darts sit downwards, he knows before he's even thrown the single dart that nothing's going to be in his way. Even if the dart is kissing
59.
the bottom of that tops wire, he knows that that's perfect. Nothing is going to be in the way of that shot. It's a perfect checkout for Mark McGeeney.
There's no worrying about placement because you have to place it and you have to pitch it a bit low.
81.
Of course, you have the ultimate worry about the ultimate indignity of hitting the treble.
We've
Well,
all been there.
I wish.
135.
McGeeney would have wished that third one would have hit the treble 20 bet as opposed to the treble 5, but it's a good enough start to leg 2 with the throw. It's actually an average in the 90s at this early stage.
92.
It has been an 80 fest so far. Any more 80s fest will be playing Tina Turner on probably a VHS, or we'll be watching Neighbours in the afternoon twice a day, or
135.
I think the sound effect that everybody's thinking about is do 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 do.
Knight Rider be on the TV.
No, I didn't like Knight Rider.
Didn't you?
I preferred Street Hawk.
Oh,
That was the motorbike version. That was a bit more hipster, you see.
tell you what, I did watch when I had a few months ago when I was quiet with work. I was watching Airwolf,
83.
Quality.
and what a theme song!
One of the best. It's
Can't-
something that dart players haven't really tapped into yet. The great TV
11.
theme song
Mark
as a
require
walk-on.
89.
The challenge has been laid down.
The challenge has been laid down to McGeeney in this leg. Doesn't have to go 20 and bull, so we'll square up for tops
49.
quite nicely indeed. Although Airwolf would make a good walk-on song.
I can hear the clickety-clack of smart keyboards right now. People saying,
91.
I have got no
Mark
idea what that
required
sounds like.
40.
You're in for a treat. Mark McGeeney, he's providing his own treats. Double 5.
30.
Oh, 3 very well thrown shots,
Greg,
but
you require
not registering the right amount of
143.
points, and Richie's got an outside chance of a 1-1 advantage with the throw coming up. I don't blame him for going 19s first. It would have given him more options than hitting the 60 first.
57. Mark, you require 10.
All about opening up as many opportunities as possible. Mark McGeeney
No score.
cannot open up the opportunity of a 2-0 lead.
Greg,
And
you
Richie is
require
going to be back
86.
for a break back with this 86. Another. The bullseye
61.
just underneath. And so McGeeney
Mark, you
will return
require
for
10.
2-0.
Third attempt at double 5.
No score.
And he's gone the other side this time.
Greg, you require 25.
It can be a petrifying double with 2 bust shots left and right.
Game
Richie
show on the
does
second
break
leg.
back
Greg
unbelievably
Ritchie.
in 23 darts. One of, if not the worst leg we've had today so far, as both the averages have plummeted into the
Third leg,
70s.
it's Greg to throw
There won't
first.
be any jokes from
Game
us on the 70s. Well, not much anyway.
All I can think about is Shawaddy Waddy. And I don't think you can make an Under the Moon of Love
125.
reference right here.
Nope. Sometimes you've just got to let the dust settle a little bit after a leg like that
100.
and think, okay, it's 1-1. Let's have best of 5. The ability to forget and to draw a line under what's happened before is a hugely advantageous quality as a dart
83.
player. You look at some of the greatest players of all time, they've got terrible memories. The ability to forget is one of the best things you can have.
85.
They say a lot in sport, thinking is the worst thing you can do. But maybe it's easier for Greg Ritchie having levelled up at 1 apiece. If after that, McGeeney got the double 5, made it 2-0,
28.
I'd imagine he'd be stewing on it and stewing on it.
We're approaching a very important part of the day. In fact, this
45.
is the middle game of the day, number 8 of 15. And tomorrow, these guys will face each other for the second time in exactly the same spot. And I've always said, Henry, I don't know how you feel about this, but
95.
the fixture that we get in the first couple of days, where in this case it's McGeeney against Ritchie, when they play each other over the same format at the same time frame, we get maybe the
140.
fairest fixture over those couple of days.
It's perhaps the easiest game of the week. Well, here we go. Another one of these. The bullseye.
128.
With the biggest fish in the Super Series
Mark
C.
McGeeney, 131.
Couldn't quite do what Gavin Carlin did on Saturday night.
91.
That's a great approach.
Greg, you require 42.
Yet again, McGeeney finding a really good approach. But Ritchie chooses tops.
Game
And
shot on
gets
the
it
third
with a
leg.
beautifully
Greg Ritchie.
used third dart off that second dart marker to get a 2-1 lead. A vastly improved
Fourth
third leg
it's
of the
Mark to throw
contest. And he
first.
wins
Game
it
on.
5 better than his previous winning leg in 18 darts.
He's gradually improving, and importantly as well, McGeeney was
58.
left fair on top, so that had to go. These two, they won't want to have a look at the averages. They don't really want to have a look at the stats. It would just be about getting
66.
the 2 points on the board. It's the 2 points that is more crucial for Greg Ritchie at this juncture, having lost each of his opening 2 games.
Here's an interesting question for you,
58.
Henry. Who do you think Mark McGeeney's ideal MC would be if he was going onto a big stage in darts?
96.
You're wondering where I'm going with this, aren't you?
I really am.
It will be John Anderson.
Ah,
Gladiator
60.
ready. Contender ready. He actually used to live in the same town as me, John Anderson, in the place that they call Little Scotland in England, called Corby,
134.
home of the trouser press. But yeah, John Anderson used to say that on British TV, didn't he? Gladiator ready, contender ready. That would be his ideal MC for me.
96.
coming back on the telly, isn't it, as well?
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, back on Saturday nights from next year.
Well, you'll have to record that when you're watching Super Series Darts live on Sporty Stuff TV. Get your priorities right.
45.
Yeah, you can watch it on the second screen. Have us on the big one.
Just goes to show how antiquated I am when I said record something. When you have the option of dual screening. Well, McGeeney has left himself
You require 160.
somewhat handily placed. And how many times have we seen 170 left today?
And 160, which is what Greg Ritchie was contended with. Is the Gladiator ready?
40. Mark, you require 170.
It's been set up for you, Mark. He's had at least 3 looks at it so far. And it's not that they're trying to hit
100.
it. It's just
Greg,
good
require
approach play that it's
120.
constantly left.
Well, this time Greg Ritchie on the Shanghai decided to go the more conventional route of treble first. It was the same
80.
result as when he went
Mark, you
for
require
3 tops.
70.
Where straight into the single 5. He leaves 40. Should he return? Because McGeeney's going to get his own dart at tops.
50.
But that drag's just low, and so Ritchie
Greg
returns for a
required
breaker
40.
throw and a 3-1 lead to put himself 1 away from the victory post.
Sounds like a good movie to me. Ritchie returns. How's the trilogy dart?
No score.
Oh,
Mark, you
bust at the
require
box
20.
office.
But for
Game shot on the
McGeeney, it's a
fourth leg.
hit.
Mark McGeeney.
Not being a box office game, so to speak. It's had some moments. It's had some
Fifth leg,
raspberries
it's
as
Greg
well.
To throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's been a bit more of an undercard style performance, hasn't it, instead of being the main event. There you can see Ritchie's stance where the legs are in good
95.
position, but he tends to bend that upper body a little bit further towards the board, whereas the very tall McGeeney, very upright. As you can see on his
81.
right forearm, he's got a Metallica tattoo. That's got my vote.
Yeah, as you can see, the body is
140.
skewed when he throws, Greg Ritchie. Do you think perhaps that might be something that maybe a little bit of coaching or something like that could help him with, just to stand up a little bit straighter when he's throwing?
I think it depends on what he wants to do with his game, and also it depends where he's at right now, because if he's in winning form, you don't change anything. But dart players, no matter how good they are, they're always working on something, whether it's a grip issue, a stance issue, a practice games issue, that kind of thing. If you're not working on something, you're standing still, and that's a very dangerous
85.
thing.
Greg, you require 126.
Stand still is to go backwards. Where Richie will be hoping he'll be standing on the edge of a first victory in Group A. He's got 6 on 126. He's just calculating and calibrating.
86.
And in the end, leaves tops after 12.
That was the right call. Stay away from that first flight. And he does prefer tops.
131. Greg, you require 40.
He's hit it in this match.
Game
And
shot
he's
the
also
fifth leg.
hit it here.
Greg Ritchie.
You get the feeling that maybe McGeeney is dicing with game death here.
Sixth leg, it's smart to throw
Has
first.
to hold.
Game
It is
on.
as simple as that. And then, should he achieve the first objective, he then has to break in the last. But this is a good way to go about your business.
125.
Forces Greg into bat straight away.
96. $97.
Went for cover with the last dart. Had to, really, after the second.
It was quite the weekend for the French, wasn't it? When it came
Just
to darts. Jacques winning the Europe Cup men's singles. And he also won.
119.
Was it the Spanish Open yesterday?
Indeed, in the WDF.
And then we had Thibaut Tricol in our finals night on Saturday night. French darts has never been better.
43.
As far as the career of Mark McGeeney is concerned, he's had some pretty good times in team environments. Won the World Cup
85.
with the England team in 2015. A very proud England representative on a few occasions. But in singles action,
84.
he's won quite a few titles in a few different countries. You ask most dart players about their career, and they like the fact that they've won in different places. But different countries?
96.
Mark's won in Turkey,
Mark, you require 152.
England, Switzerland, Germany, the Netherlands. All over the place. And let's not forget, he won the British Open in 2015, which, to a lot of people outside of the PDC, is one of the
44.
premier titles.
Greg, you require 105.
I feel like what McGeeney achieves in his career doesn't get enough credit. Well, Richie could get all the credit and all the spoils here, but that's a disaster dart. The worst dart he could have thrown. That was the second worst dart he could have thrown.
69.
But my word,
Mark
he rectified the visit
108.
of his last dart.
Well, McGeeney, the last time he was on this number, went for 18s, and he didn't get the treble on the first start the last time. Well, what a miss. Because that leaves him the bull. He didn't even realise that he's left the bull. And he almost took it
83.
out.
Greg, you require 36.
To record his first win of Group A. Greg Ritchie wants double 18. Across for double 9.
Game,
And there
shots,
it is.
And, the
Greg
match.
Ritchie
Greg
is a 4-2
Ritchie.
victor against Mark McGeeney. He gets his first victory here in the Super Series in 2022 with an average of 80.35, 33.33 on the doubles, though much of those doubling stats were played by a leg, which had a plethora of missed doubles. And so Ritchie gets himself on the board, getting the better of Mark McGeeney by 4 legs to 2, and this Group A really is bunching up quite quickly as we reach the halfway stage of the opening day's play. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we are going to see Rob Collins in action as he takes on Peter Jacques.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Greg Ritchie record his first victory, not just of the day, but of 2022 in the MODUS Super Series. A victory over Mark McGeeney there to register that. Greg Ritchie maybe looked like he was feeling the effect of the relentless nature of this group stage early on in this one, but given multiple opportunities early on, he pounced, and despite noticeable frustration with his game in the early stages, Ritchie kept chipping away to get that first victory there. You can see an 80 average for him, 33% on the outer ring in that one. So there is still plenty of room for improvements. No 180s in that match, and it was McGeeney who was superior in the 140 category in that one. Next up, we've got Rob Collins against Peter Jacques. Of course, it took Collins a little while to get his first leg on the board. He lost his first match to 4 legs to 0, but then when he did get that first leg, he settled really well, a 12-darter in there. And as we spoke to Nicholson about earlier on, some really interesting finishing routes from him so far today. Peter Jacques is the 8-13 favourite in this match, but I don't think you can rule Collins out. What do you guys think over in the commentary box, Henry and Nico?
Well, I think if we're going to describe today in one word, it would be unpredictable. We know roughly where the players are going to play at because the averages, apart from McGeeney, who tailed just underneath, have been in the 80s all day. But as to where the results lie and where the results go, then the only thing I'd say, the only trend we've got is a lot of matches are going against the darts. So does that make, by logic, Peter Jacques the favourite in this match?
If we're trying to find logic in today's play, it's going to be like trying to find metal on a beach without a metal detector. It's going to be very, very difficult. We're going to have to dig quite deep. But one thing we do know, coming into this 9th match
First
of
leg,
today,
it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
is that somebody is going to get onto 4 points. And this group could not be tighter if we had written a script this morning. Because at the end of match 9,
100.
we will have 3 players on 4 points and 3 players on 2. It almost proves our point, Henry, that this group is going to be
100.
won by maybe 2 points by the end of Wednesday. Tuesday may be very different. Wednesday may be very different. We may have someone who finds what they're looking for and just goes a little bit bananas. But
140.
I just don't see it happening.
I'm going to say 2 words which could end up being pivotal in a couple of days' time. Legs difference.
61.
Ah, that's right. So on Sunday morning, when we put away the Super Series abacus, thinking that we wouldn't see it for another week, we're going to have to get it
60.
out on Wednesday.
It's like that episode of SpongeBob, All Reliable.
I can't believe you just brought up SpongeBob.
100.
Boy, do I feel old. By the way, if anybody knows where you can get an abacus actually made, because our Super Series abacus is actually something we use on a smart device,
125.
I would actually like a branded Super Series abacus. So if anybody knows where we can get one made, please tweet me at the Asset 180.
You could have, like, you know, a
Robbie
dart for the, like,
requires
you know, you
76.
could have like a little like mimicky dart and things like that. Anyway, Collins will be hoping that there's no abacuses required here. There shouldn't be, because he has 1 dart at
Game shot on the
tops, and that
first
is all
leg.
he needs
Collins.
to open up a 1-0 lead here against Peter Jacques. Nice and clean, a 15 dart leg,
Second leg,
as
it's
solid
Jacques
a
to throw
start
first. Game on.
as it could possibly get.
Well, in the words of Stephen Fry, that's more like it. 15 darter with a clean 76
60.
out. That's the kind of leg you want on a day like today. Something with no fuss. And he's really starting to find something now, isn't he?
140.
He is squeezing the lemon for all it's got.
He's clicking into gear.
100.
One thing you might not know about Jacques, though, I've been to many a Pro Tour venue where we've both played and where
90.
he's played and I've commentated. But he has this proclivity to be at a venue early. He likes to get there and feel it out. He doesn't like to
140.
be the kind of person who's rushed for time. That tells me something about his work ethic. At Pro Tour venues, he would always get there just before 9 a.m.
100.
if not a tiny bit earlier. He was the first player here this morning at 7:30 a.m.
82.
May have just beat you to being here, possibly.
I was actually at the door when he arrived, so I beat him by maybe a couple of minutes, but
46.
we had very
PT
different work to do. I had some numbers to crunch, and
119.
he had some trebles to hit in preparation for this. He's doing a pretty good job in this leg. The job will be completed on tops
Game shot on the
and
second
beautifully
leg.
executed by the
Peter
Terrier.
Jacques.
Tops is going to get a hammering in this game, potentially.
A pair of 15 darters to kick off
Third
this
leg,
game.
it's Rob
This has
to
been a
throw
quality encounter
Game
thus
on.
far. And Rob Collins, who thought maybe after this first leg you could have a nice, comfortable ride. Well, Jacques going to give it to you.
48.
Speechless. I just didn't expect you to say that one.
40.
There's a long way to go this week.
Luckily, I'm only here today and tomorrow for your sake.
Ah, that's all right. We love you, Henry.
Mind you, if you think I'm back, Chris Murphy's back on Wednesday
59.
for more puns and fun in the commentary box.
I've been working with Chris Murphy for 10 years. There's nothing I haven't heard. And he is, of course, from the
85.
same county as Peter Jacques. Chris, proudly from Yorkshire. And as I've been instructed to say that Rob Collins is from
99.
West Sussex.
There's some great commentators from up in that part of the world. Yorkshire, Lancashire.
Oh, Fred Truman.
Oh,
70s. He had the indoor league with
123.
darts. They were the days.
couldn't get away with a pint in the hand and a cigar these days on the telly, could you?
No, it's not the image we're projecting anymore.
60.
What about the fact that Sid Waddell was from my neck of the woods, but he lived in Yorkshire most of his life?
43.
Lived just on the outskirts of Leeds. And I do believe that's where he is spending the rest of his days.
130.
Isn't that where the indoor league was filmed as well? Somewhere up there.
Yorkshire TV, I believe.
Yeah.
So Yorkshire's got a huge footprint in this game, and it will remain so. And even before Dennis Priestley came along and became world champion in 1991, Yorkshire still had a massive footprint then. Tops again.
65.
Tops this time not hit.
PT
And Jacques
76.
may indeed find it himself to get a valuable break of throw. Oh, but that's a miss. Double 14.
59.
And two wayward
Robbie
darts in that
required
visit cost
40.
him dear.
Erratic from Jacques.
Game shot on the third
Perfectly
leg.
placed
Rob
from Collins. And he leads 2-1 here. First leg over 15 in this match.
Fourth
Could we
leg, it's Peach to
potentially
throw
have a
first.
game
Game on.
where every leg is won on tops? So that's 3 legs won, 3 double tops hit. We'll keep a count on that one.
58.
Again, I'm using that invisible Super Series abacus for different reasons this time.
I have to delve into
100.
our stat pack. I wonder whether a game at the Super Series or prior to the Super Series or Live League where every single leg has been won on the same double. I wonder whether that's happened
100.
before here.
We will have a look at that. We've had plenty of performances where someone has not missed a double.
45.
If I remember rightly, now I'm not looking at my stat pack here. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm.
It's a bit like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I'm
60.
pretty sure that Keelan Kay last year, well, it might have been earlier this year. Actually, I'm sure it was last year. He had 4 out of 4 on doubles,
100.
and every single one of them was double top. But I don't remember if it was a 4-0. I'll have to check.
We will go through the archives. Jacques is going through the gears.
140.
He's himself 143 after 12. Collins can only apply pressure. Both players averaging 88 here in the middle leg of the
100.
match.
PT require 143.
Both leaving a sizable finish after 12. Jacques with first pop at the 143, which won't go.
93. Robbie require 156.
156 is what Collins wanted, and so Jacques will return for 2 apiece. Surely he's got to go 10
80.
tops.
PT require 50.
Peter, come on, you know it makes sense. Oh, he's just screwed it up.
Game shot on the fourth
But he
leg.
hasn't screwed it up.
Peter Jacques.
That's probably the most disappointing 50 checker I can remember on Super Series darts this
Fifth
year.
leg, it's Rob to throw
Incredible.
first.
But he breaks
Game
the
on.
streak and takes us into leg 5.
That was worth delving through the stats pack, wasn't it?
We didn't even get that far. I was so close to finding out.
43.
It'll be interesting to find it anyway. I'm sure
We'll save it.
people in the know will be looking at it right now.
We'll save it. Hopefully we'll get another go at that.
44.
Well, just to give you an indication of who has in their previous games with us had 4 out of 4 on doubles. The only person is Greg Ritchie.
140.
He's had it done against him by his friend Darren Beveridge. And Greg has done it twice. Once against Jamie Clark and once against Matt Dennett.
83.
Rob Collins has been on the receiving end at the end of last year from Jim McEwen of 4 out of 4 on doubles. Now, we have had misses in this match, but
140.
as far as visits are concerned, they've been perfect.
Indeed they have. Collins looking to
81.
Square up at the next visit. Where Jacques back on 293. Be for a 5th consecutive holder throw as well in this game.
58.
In a session where the darts actually have been quite academic. The first 3 matches went against the throw. Matches 5, 6, 7 going against
60.
the darts.
Rob, you require 120.
But at this present moment in time, with throw, Collins has 6 on 120.
100.
And he leaves himself on double 10 after 15. And Jacques can't do anything about it.
I don't blame him for going for the 19s here. He's looking to get the 171.
171. Rob, you require 20.
Just when Collins thought he was cantering towards the 3-2 lead. He was right.
The 5th leg.
17
Rob
darters, good enough for the
Collins.
3-2 lead, and this is fast turning into the best match of the day.
Indeed it is, and both players are giving it as good as they can get.
First.
But for Peter Jacques, gonna have to win the lot from here.
He might be called Man of Steel, but
100.
if I was going to give him a nickname, it would be Mr. Intensity. You don't see anybody come to Super Series darts and show as much
140.
constant intensity as Rob Collins.
Sounds like a DC Comics character. I am Mr. Intensity.
60.
Oh, there's an idea. I wonder what the superpower would be.
55.
Winning darts matches with their mind.
So it's a lot of them lost in the mind.
It is a mind
60.
field and a mind game. Once you've hit 180 in your life, it's about proving to yourself that you can do it again and again and again.
99.
It's a game of repetition, but whereas we have had a lot of games that would melt into each other today,
43.
it is just simmering up to the surface, I feel, this group.
Coming up to the boil, and so is Rob Collins in this particular game. 207 points away from victory.
59.
And Jacques has just tailed off the last leg and a half. Treble here would make things interesting,
60.
but it won't
Rob, you
happen. Collins has 6 for the match.
48.
That is very nice. That scuppers things a little bit.
78.
It's definitely not over the line yet. Jacques will be hoping for a 138.
$100. Rob, you requires
That's
70.
pretty good pressure. But chance number 1 for the win, and Tops has been good to him.
Game,
Tops
shots,
is
and the
exemplary
match. Rob
to him.
Collins.
A beautiful performance on the outer ring from Rob Collins. 67% with an 88.58 average. Just about as good as we have seen today. In fact, only Ryan Murray has averaged a little bit better than that today. But as far as performances on Monday are concerned, that is very tidy indeed. Jake's just not getting enough chances in the end. When he got there, he was fine. But ultimately, Collins too good as he finishes up round number 3. It's going to be Germany against Scotland again, this time with Klose up against Ritchie to start things off in round number 4 when we return.
back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen a really high-quality contest. Rob Collins with a 76 checkout in the first leg, a really tidy finish from him to get going. A really, really good contest in that one. We can see the match stats on the screen now. A 4-2 victory for him. He got off to a flying start, and the Man of Steel is really starting to motor here at the Super Series today, maintaining a fairly consistent standard in that one and withstanding any pressure applied. Tops was really his friend in that one. As you can see, 4 out of 6 on the checkouts in that match. Another match with no 180s in it, but probably the highest quality we have seen so far here in the Super Series. Of course, Collins, it took him a little while to get going this morning, didn't it? But when he did, he's really now starting to show what he's capable of in this group. Next up then, we've got Ritchie against Dan Klose. Ritchie winning his last match, and even at this early stage in the competition, you feel like it was really important for him to get those 2 points on the board, to take the pressure off himself and stop himself from being cut adrift at the bottom of the table. As for Dan Klose, of course, he's making his debut here this week, and he's certainly showing us what he's capable of. We've learned a lot about him and his game already this morning, so excited to see this one in the company again of Henry and Paul.
Thank you very much, Abby. And this Group A really is getting more intriguing as the games go on this opening day. Daniel Klose and Ritchie up next in a group which is seeing more ups and downs in the yo-yo at this present moment in time. Ritchie, the 27-year-old from Musselburgh in Scotland, played in the UK Open, looks set to make a WDF World Championship debut in 2023 up against Daniel Klose, 42, should I say. Dan the Man, not the first Dan the Man we've seen in this particular phase at the Super Series. A Challenge Tour semi-finalist in 2022. That wasn't too long ago. That was in Leicester in Challenge Tour 18. Lost to
First leg, it's
Jurgen
Daniel
van der
to throw
Velde.
first. Game on.
Isn't it fascinating that people from non-English speaking countries have English nicknames?
I'd love to have something quintessentially German.
140.
Well, I used to have dart shirts that were both in English and in German, just to almost introduce myself to the German
78.
market. But one thing that German players on the whole have done very well is that they understand that most of the massive darts fans around the world are English speaking, so they tend to illustrate their nickname
97.
in the English language. Max Hopper's done that with his. Martin Schindler's done it with his. Gabriel Clemens has done it with his. And Daniel Klose is doing exactly the same.
100.
It's branding yourself for the masses. I suppose in German he'd be Dan Das Mann, and man with 2 N's.
85.
So was it Das Asset out in Germany, or?
It was Das Kapital with a K.
Ah.
At least I hope it was.
115.
Yeah, they were quite popular, those shirts. I should have kept one.
Might be on eBay somewhere.
Yeah, good collector's item. I think we only got 3 of those made.
So you only sold 3 of them then?
129.
Yes. I was trying to flip it around to make them seem really cool. Well, that was really cool what Dan the Man just did.
83.
3
Daniel,
bits
you
of
require
lipstick.
50.
2 big bits and 1 small bit. Right now, double 16 will give him the lead.
$18.
Very close.
Greg, you require 125.
Now, Richie will be looking for one of these Hollywood shots. Bull 25 bull is exactly what he's thinking.
He diddle, but he couldn't find the middle. Good recovery with the
65.
second dart, however. He's in sub
Daniel, you
60
require
if
32.
the 32 doesn't go for Klose. Dart number 4 on this target
Game shot
is
on the first
converted,
leg.
and he
Daniel
converts a
Klose.
1-0 lead.
Dan looking to do the Scottish double today. He's had a couple of games off since he beat Ryan Murray by 4 legs to 1.
First. Game
In
on.
a very accomplished display, averaging 88 with 40% on the doubles. Actually, more than 40%, 44%.
140.
But if he can do the Scottish double, he would get himself to the top of the table on 6 points. He stopped Ryan Murray from doing just that. But this group, I've already said it can't
60.
be any closer if we'd have scripted it. And the only way it remains that way is if Ritchie gets the win here.
If you actually look at the averages so far today, Klose has probably been the most
57.
consistent player. The 4-1 win against McGeeney averages 89.6. Lost 4-1 to Will Collins on 82.65. But then in that victory against Murray by 4 legs to 1, averaged 88.04. And in a day where everyone's averaged around about the
44.
same, he's probably been the most consistent performer over the 3 matches.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair assumption.
96.
You do wonder if that kind of formula is going to be enough to win the group, or whether somebody's just going to find that extra level, even for just a day. Let's say that somebody has a very Lucas Venig type day tomorrow where they put in a couple of
140.
100+ averages. That could create separation in the table and something that someone can protect. Right now, nobody's really got that buffer.
135.
And I just wonder whether this group as well is waiting for someone just to light up the blue touch paper a little bit. Greg Ritchie might be doing just so here. Leaving 73 after 12.
140.
Level ourselves
Greg
up.
requires 73.
And 1 apiece. One dart at tops
Game shot
is
on the
all he
second
needs
leg.
to level us up
Greg
at 1
Ritchie.
apiece. And this is a really good performance from the Scots so far. An average of 94.2. 1 from 1 on the doubles.
Third leg, it's Daniel to throw first.
That's the kind of dart
Game
that
on.
makes you feel good. Right in the middle, first attempt, nowhere near the wire. I hasten to say, at the
41.
very start of play, I went for Peter Jacques to win the group. But that was very tentative of me to say that. At this stage, after 3 rounds of play, and bearing in mind,
140.
there will be 3 days of this, I'm still none the wiser. Jacques is on 2 points. Ritchie's on 2 points. McGeeney's on 2 points. If anything, the 3 players that we
46.
thought might be in the bottom 3 by the end of today are at the top in Murray, Collins and Klose.
This is what this format does. It
125.
creates drama, creates uncertainty.
It finds you out. If you start losing, it's very hard to get yourself off the canvas. I've played in
41.
many a round-robin format, day on day, and it's grueling. And one of the good things about the likes of Ritchie, the likes of Jacques, the likes of McGeeney, and Collins for that matter, they have experience of playing
56.
in this format, and they know how to pace themselves.
It's test match darts, isn't it? Where anyone can play a T20 and knock a few sixes, but to play over 5 days and to play at a consistent enough level to get through, you're going to have to do some
100.
granite stuff.
I've never heard it put that way, Henry. I'm not going to lie. And it is a great way of putting it. It is test match darts. This is not
140.
one-day international stuff. It's not T20. This is survival of the consistent.
Sometimes the 1s and 2s, those little knocks to
40.
square
Greg,
1
you
can sometimes
require
be the ones
40.
that could be the most telling. Ritchie here will be hoping that this top to be telling because it's for a breaker throw. Double 10 for a 14 dart leg. Up for double 5. Well, he may decide to bust this
No
because
score.
Klose is all the way back on 2-3-3. I think that's a smart play.
Yeah, absolutely the right decision there from little Greg. Or should I say, wee Greg?
58.
Yeah, good thinking there from
Greg, you
Daniel. Didn't get what he
require
wanted,
40.
but At least he was doing the right thing.
Game
Greg
shot
does
on
the right
third
thing right
leg.
there, and he gets
Greg
himself a break of
Ritchie.
throw and a 2-1 lead. Things are looking up for Greg. Just trying to keep himself interested in this group. If
Fourth leg,
nobody's
it's
going
Greg
to take
throw first.
an
Game
undefeated
on.
streak into Tuesday, Greg is doing a very good job of staying in the mix without playing his best darts. But has to be said, so far,
90.
it's not too shabby.
Not too bad at all. And you just get the sense today that if whoever can come out 3-2 for the day, get 6 points, puts themselves in such a strong position because of the way
100.
this group has become so congested so quickly.
Win more than you lose. That could be the formula that gets you in the mix for Wednesday.
43.
Now, based on what you've just said, Henry, you win 3 games and lose 2 today and tomorrow, for example. That will give you 12 points going into Wednesday's play. And if you have your
100.
best day on Wednesday, you just never know. 20 points could be enough. Even 18, like you said earlier.
96.
I feel that may come back to haunt me on Wednesday. I know you and Chris won't let me forget either.
Trust me, I'll remember it. And if it comes off, we'll paint you like a genius.
We have to do some painting.
85.
I've got a bit of information about what we were talking about. Every leg won on the same double has happened 3 times.
135.
3 times.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not once, but 3 times. James Richardson against Chaz Barstow last year. 6 legs won on the same double. Keelan Kay against Jamie Durrant this year.
140.
And Diogo Portela against Richie Howson this year in a 4-1 win for the Brazilian. All 3 matches had every leg won on tops. And that's courtesy of the man, the myth, the genius,
89.
Mark Walker.
Daniel Uriquai, 76.
One of the hardest working men in darts.
The hardest working
Oh.
man in darts. That is not even up for debate.
Will there be no debate about this double 8?
Game shot on the 4th leg.
No, there
Daniel
isn't. And so
Klose.
Daniel Klose gets us back at 2 apiece.
Averages lie. We've left them up there just to illustrate that 4th leg. But the
Fifth
difference
leg,
of
it's Daniel to
11
throw first.
means
Game on.
nothing. Because it's 2-2, and it's all about what happens from here.
What's it our good friend Chris Mason says? Don't write averages on trophies.
They don't.
180.
They write 180s on trophies if you get most 180s, for instance. That is the first 180 of this contest.
100.
You don't care what's written on the trophy as long as your name is on it.
Someone will etch their name on the Champions Week trophy in about 2.5 weeks' time. October the 17th to the 22nd, we'll be playing
95.
that.
Do we know what the trophy's like? Because I don't.
I don't.
Ah, food for thought. We haven't got a clue.
There's a social media tease.
43.
Still plenty of qualification spots left. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Could even see a Mr. P. Nicholson's name etched on that trophy.
$95.
I don't really know what to say to that. Could be C. Mason.
Could be. It could also represent the
91.
names of
Daniel
R.
Uriquai,
Owen, C. Barstow. We'll go
131.
back to that a little bit later on because Klose wants 1-3-1 for a 3-2 lead here against Greg Ritchie.
What we will have before
87.
the final on Saturday night is the lineup for next week. You already know that Chris Mason's playing next week because he's already let the cat out the bag.
131.
That's a beautiful visit there from
Daniel
Greg.
Uriquai, 44.
Well, Klose was in trouble at 2-1 down, but he has shown no panic all day.
$12.
just
Greg,
wishes
you
he had a
require
third dart at that double 16 just to
136.
gradually get there. Let's find out if he gets another one. Yes, he does.
And for all the
78.
scoring prowess that
Daniel, you require
Greg Ritchie
32.
has exuded, Klose return to 32 for 3-2.
Game
And suddenly the Scotsman's back is well and truly against the wall.
I'm going to say one thing about Daniel Klose now, who's got a 3-2 lead, even though his average is 7 less than his opponent.
It's Greg to throw first. Game on.
He doesn't make many errors, does he? And even if he does, they don't last for long.
Doesn't make any clangers, does he?
135.
He's not the kind of player so far, from the evidence that we have this morning and this afternoon, that lingers on doubles for a long time. If he misses a couple, he tends to take it out at the start of the next visit.
42.
And I just wonder whether the difference between him and Franz Rocha we saw here last week, who played excellently on the Monday, there's no denying that Klose perhaps has a more of a flat
30.
line level of consistency that in this format, when we get towards the grueling stages of either this group or if he plays in Group C or Group B, would stand him in better stead than a lot of players to get him through to Saturday night by hook and by crook.
I think based on the information that we have so far today, Henry, that's the case. But I think what we should do is judge Daniel on what he does the whole week, because Franz has already done that.
125.
So it's fair to have the same kind of information. Richie's looking to take us the distance for only the second time today. We've had a lot of
140.
decent 4-2 performances so far, but interestingly enough, only one game that's gone the distance, and that was the Scottish derby between Ritchie and Murray.
95.
Greg Ritchie came out of that the wrong end of a 4-3 scoreline. Be hoping to get there first.
Just to reiterate, if Ritchie does get the victory in this match, we will have 4, actually, it is 4 players on 4 points. If Klose was to get the result,
Greg, you require 160.
he'd be the first person to 6 points.
Lovely marker. Double 18. That's an excellent finish under
Greg
all
Ritchie.
heaps of pressure. And so we go to the 7th and deciding leg for only the second time today.
7th and final
In
leg.
10
It's Daniel
matches.
to throw first.
And it is
Game on.
Klose who has the darts.
Every now and again, you just need proof of what someone can do. Ritchie under that pressure to save the match. That is an exemplary finish.
100.
And based on what he's done in this game, this is the performance of the day. But there's still work to do. No maximums, as you can see.
100.
But every now and again, he's going to get a dart like that, where it lands in the small 20, halfway between the bullseye and the 20, because when you get a pushy action like that, if the grip is not perfect, it'll come out shy.
58.
We see it a lot from Dave Chisnell, don't we? If the release isn't pinpoint perfect, it can skew somewhere. Talking about Dave Chisnell, it's the beginning of the World Grand Prix tonight. When Belgium will be one of the favourites to take home the title in Leicester. Double in, double out. One of the most unique events on the calendar, and that's why we love it.
You
140.
could say this is a bit of a darting treat for people this week. You've got 6 days of Super Series action. You've got a week full of World Grand Prix action.
57.
What more could you possibly want?
I'm sure people will find something.
Well, then people are greedy. You've got to be greedy in this sport if you're a player.
135.
Well, not to coin your phrase, Henry, but that was particularly sumptuous. That's like going up to the all-you-can-eat buffet and grabbing a handful of prawns.
58.
Now you just got to find the Mary Rose sauce.
68.
68. Now double 4. Double 2.
64.
But it doesn't go. And can Greg
Greg
Ritchie
require
win it with a
152.
152?
Was he tempted to go 51s? For a second, I thought he was, you know. 2 of them would have left the bull.
52.
That really
Daniel,
didn't
you
work
require
out.
4.
And Klose, well, what did we say about him? When he makes a small error, he puts it right next time.
No score.
But this time, he can't find the answer.
Greg, you require 100.
This could be the final mistake that he makes, because Ritchie returns to a ton to take home the spoils. 85 left. 1 dart at tops. Steps back, G's himself up.
80.
But that drags low, and so Daniel
you
will
require
return
4.
for double 2.
You can see what Greg thought of that effort at tops. He was livid.
Game,
And he pays
shots,
the ultimate price
and the
in this
match.
game.
Daniel
They
Klose.
both had shots to win a very tight encounter, but ultimately, it's the German, the debutant here on Monday, who averages 84.33, a good 7 points behind his opponent. He did make mistakes, but ultimately he was given too many chances. You can see 15 shots at a double. That's where Greg Ritchie went wrong. He gave too many opportunities to the German, who is the first person to 6 points here on Monday. We will see what happens in match 11. When we come back, it's Jacques against Murray.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Dan Klose come through a last leg decider to move on to 6 points in the table. Paul Nicholson alongside me. How impressed were you with him in that match?
I think he was very composed. I think if you look at the way he's performed today, he's trying not to show much in the way of emotion. But I think he was skating on thin ice in that game, wasn't he? Obviously, Greg Ritchie had his chance. He had a really good level of performance in that game, but Greg always had the better average. And ultimately, Dan just hadn't too many chances. 15 shots at double. in a game of best of 7 is more than enough. And luckily, he had a few more at the end.
Yeah, as you can see there, Greg Ritchie, the first player to average in excess of 90 so far today. But you see those finishing stats from Klose in that match. And you were saying in commentary that, you know, he has rectified errors whenever they've occurred. But if we see a player throw in a 96, 97 average against him, that's where we're really going to learn a lot more about Klose, isn't it?
Yes, we are. If he's the kind of player that can go with someone who is playing at a higher level, then we will really see what he's capable of. At the minute, this group is all about 80s averages, 6 visit legs. It's a question of whether he can go up a level.
Absolutely. And Matt Edgar's been in touch with us this morning to say that he's quite surprised that Ryan Murray is such an outsider in this group because he sees him as a favourite. But we can have a look at the table now and see that it is Klose who leads the way on 6 points. And you mentioned it, it's maybe the 3 players that we fancied the least at the start of the day that are leading the way.
It's fair to say. I mean, Matthew Edgar makes a very, very good point, actually. And one of the reasons why Ryan Murray is more of an outsider is because of what happened in a different venue. We have to start fresh. He's coming into a new hockey here. He looks like a player who much prefers to play here than Southampton. I think most of the players would probably say the same. But this is just the early portion of Group A. But it's really important not to be out of the running. Some really key matches coming up in the last 5 matches of the day.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is one of them. Can Ryan Murray join Klose on 6 points? We're about to find out. This man's going to sprint down to the commentary box to join Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. So, game 11 of our day in Group A. And I think we're being left with more questions than there are answers so far. Ryan Murray, who came out the blocks firing, won the first game of the day 4-0 against Rob Collins, then followed that up with a 4-3 success against Greg Ritchie, but then lost out 4-1 to Daniel Klose
First
in
leg,
his
it's
previous
Peter to throw
encounter.
first.
Meanwhile, for
Game on.
Peter Jacques, he beat Greg Ritchie by 4 legs to 2, well then losing to Mark McGeeney by the same scoreline, and then subsequent defeat by 4 legs to 2 against Rob Collins. So for him, after winning the first match of the day, he's looking to follow up for victory number 2. And you sense he might have to, because if Murray can get himself onto 6 points and join closer on that mark, then he may begin to be cut adrift early on.
140.
What you don't want to happen today, Henry, is to be left on 2 points and to see somebody 6 points ahead. That makes Tuesday's work just a little bit harder.
100.
At worst, you want to be within 4 points of the top. Make inroads on Tuesday and come Wednesday be in striking distance.
Tuesday is moving day
100.
at the Super Series. Put yourself in the best possible position to make a push and into that last day. And we know that anything can happen on a Wednesday here. We've seen players who've had big advantages in the group succumb to the pressure of the final day. Last time we were together in the commentary box, we saw Conor Heenahan have a sizable advantage at the top of the group. That came and went. Well, Jacques have the advantage for the end of this first leg. He's going to have to get a treble here, which he can't. So Ryan Murray's left poised on double 12 after 12.
Game shot on the first
Yeah,
leg.
that's more like
Ryan Murray.
That's the kind of leg you dream about when you wake up in the morning. 13 darter, no missed darts at double.
Second
now
leg,
you
it's
just want
Ryan
to do it
throw
again.
First. Game on.
If I'm not mistaken, these guys are in the same management stable, aren't they? I'm sure they're in the same.
134.
I could be wrong.
$82.
And one thing they are trying to do over the next year or two is to get themselves back into the elite. I remember during the Winter Series, during the pandemic, when we were
100.
playing Players' Championship events behind closed doors, Ryan Murray was starting to get some proper traction, getting some decent results. But in
100.
2021, things dried up for whatever reason. And life gets in the way sometimes when you're playing professional sport, as things do in
100.
other careers. But things slowed down to the degree where the card was lost, and then he started applying his trade
41.
elsewhere,
Right required,
including here.
167.
I know players don't like to use it as an excuse, but, well, hold on a second. He probably wasn't going to go for it, so it gives us a chance to at least talk about it.
131.
The fact that he was a tour card holder during the COVID intake, that must have bared some weight, even if it's not going to be used as an excuse.
60.
I guess you'd have to ask Ryan that.
36.
But maybe the first sign of frustration from Peter Jacques,
on the second
as we
leg.
see,
Ryan Murray.
the perfect replication from Ryan Murray. Another 12 dart approach, and as soon as he's on the
Third
double,
leg,
he
it's
takes
Peter
it.
to throw
26 darts for the first 2 legs. We said there is a possibility of a very high level of performance in an individual game
100.
from some of these guys. Ryan Murray is showing it.
Rinse and repeat for Ryan Murray. And look at him go again here at the start of leg 3.
140.
Interestingly, these two have met twice before, both on the Challenge Tour, both in 2019. And Peter Jacques was the victor on both occasions, beat Ryan Murray 5-4 in Wigan
99.
for a 5-2 success in Peterborough.
Not exactly a darting mecca,
95.
but we have been to some different places in the UK for Challenge Tour and Pro Tour events over the years. We've been to the exotic spoils of Swindon,
138.
Wigan and Barnsley, the mainstays. We've even been to Scotland for Players' Championships in a wonderful place called the Magnum Centre in Irvine.
180. Peter required
Glasgow.
164.
Well, Murray is looking for an even better leg here in leg 3. Jacques is being left
Ryan, you
in the
require
dust.
86.
He's being fed darting crumbs, and even they ain't coming at this present moment in time. And so 1 dart at the bullseye for a 3-0 lead, and that would have been within 12. He could be on for a 13-dart leg for the 3rd consecutive leg, unless Jacques could have taken out the 1-4-2.
Ryan, you require
He's
25.
had a few darts in this match, Peter Jacques, where he's just flung it away. He's really not a happy bunny. 4-4.
Game shot
That'll
on the
do.
third leg.
Nowhere near the
Ryan
middle.
Murray.
But who cares when you still hit the double? I almost don't want to tell you his average. You might have worked it out already. That was a
Fourth leg, it's
15
Ryan to
darter.
throw first. Game on.
41 darts for the first 3 legs. And for his sake, and with all fairness to Peter Jacques,
100.
I would really love to see Ryan Murray put in this massive performance. But on the flip side of that,
60.
what a comeback it would be if Peter was to get himself back in the match.
Gonna have to show something here. With the big Ryan Murray average.
90.
Ryan has never, when playing with us, averaged in 3 figures.
That's staggering.
It is, considering his ability, but here comes Jacques.
180.
Oh, sounded like Jack Nicholson there from The Shining.
42.
But Peter's just got to be aware that if Ryan Murray does tail off a little bit, if he can get himself up to around the mid-90s, he'll give himself
100.
more than enough chances. He's averaging 88.5, and he's not had a dart a double yet.
60 needed to leave a finish.
59. Peter
And
required
finally,
161.
Peter Jacques gets some breathing space in this game.
$97.
And perhaps telling as well, this is for a break of throw, so it would give him something to work with. May not get anything to work with now.
140.
Well, that's a really fortunate
Peter
last
requires
dart.
64.
Could have been a small 1 or a small 5. Does it matter?
56.
It does.
Ryan, you require
Because
70.
the 20 that he hit gives him 70, which gives him more options and a checkout that does not need the bullseye at the end. For his best ever performance with us, it's tops.
Game,
Wow.
shot, and the match.
Doubling from the
Ryan
gods,
Murray.
80%. And for the first time, Ryan Murray averages in 3 figures, 101.9. The best of the week so far, needless to say. But that is the benchmark. And that game took very little time as well. Our second 4-0 of the day, and Ryan Murray's second 4-0 of the day. Henry mentioned that legs difference could come into play. The man with the best leg difference is now Ryan Murray. We are going to be back after the break with Mark McGeeney and Rob Collins.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Ryan Murray become the second player to move on to 6 points in the Group A table. There you can see it, a really dominant and clinical display from him in that one. Back-to-back 13-dart legs to race into a 2-0 lead, followed by a 15-darter. He rarely faltered in that one. His best ever display in the Super Series. It took until leg 4 for Peter Jacques to even get a dart at double in that match. As you can see, he had 2 attempts, but under the sublime pressure of a prolific Murray, he faltered in that one. There you can see an average just shy of 102 from Ryan Murray in that one. The first time he's ever averaged in excess of a ton here at the MODUS Super Series. Really, really impressive. 80% checkout success in that match. It certainly set the standard of this one in Group A. Put him, as I mentioned, on to 6 points in Group A. McGeeney against Collins is our next one. Collins, of course, upped his level in every match that he's played so far today. Can he up it even further in this one and become the third player to move on to 6 points? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. The story of Rob Collins' day, as you rightly say, is getting better as the session goes on. And his first game against Ryan Murray, an 85.71 average and a 4-0 defeat. And then, following that, 85.95 beat Klose by 4 legs to 1. And then following that, an 88.58 in a 4-2 success against Peter Jacques. So the trend is going up in more ways than one in this session. We saw over the first half of matches every single average being in the 80s. We've seen our first ton plus from Ryan Murray in that 4-0 victory against Peter Jacques, who himself averaged 87.21. So are the players coming to the boil as this session heads towards a close?
First leg, it's smart to throw first. Game on.
Well, here's the interesting thing about that previous match. That was not just the first average over 100 this week. That was the first winning average over 90. We've had that period of mid-80s averages pretty much all day. But now it does seem like people are getting into that groove. It's a bit of a hard act to follow.
140.
But Ryan Murray's going to be feeling really good right now at the top of the table. And he's there on 6 points, just above Daniel Klose, who's on 6 points and +4 in his leg difference. We thought,
42.
Henry, at one point today that this group was going to be really, really tight. Round 4 has changed things. Because if Collins wins this match, like Abby said,
43.
we'll have 3 players on 6. But more vitally, we'll have 3 players on 2 with that 4-point buffer.
And as we mentioned, you don't want to get any further than that because you really do leave yourself a crumb in snookers. It's a 2-game turnaround already.
95.
And you're not even at the end of Monday. Some would say, yes, you have time to turn it around. But conversely, a bad start on Tuesday, you're out of the
100.
race. You're just fighting to get into Group B.
I couldn't have put it better myself, because what is really important now, if you have a bad end to Monday, is the first game you play on Tuesday against someone
41.
who has beaten you the last time you played. Now, if you take McGeeney, for example, he's playing now, and in the last game against Ryan Murray, if he was to, say,
43.
beat Rob Collins and get to 4 points, he'd probably still be in trouble if he was to lose to Ryan Murray twice, because he'd play Ryan Murray in the first game of Tuesday's session.
Well, I was in commentary with Chris Murphy a few weeks ago in Group A, and we had a similar
134.
scenario after day 1. And midway through the second day of the group, the cracks became very apparent. Lauby, Białecki and Gervin just ran away with it, and it left the other 3
62.
players
Mark
kind of in the
requires
dust.
68.
There's a fear it could happen here. And there's a fear for Collins. He might go 1-0 down very quickly if McGeeney can convert this double 4.
Doesn't really like that lie.
Game
But
shot on the
what
first
a dart.
leg.
It
Mark
reminds me
McGeeney.
of the tops he hit earlier, when he covered the top of the bed and he didn't move and he just went for the portion of the bed he could see. That was
Second leg, it's
surgical.
Rob to throw first.
From
Game on.
Gladiator.
As a stacker, does it make the move across the oche easier?
45.
It does on certain angles. Now, if you look at the way that Mark's darts hit the board, they do ever so slightly, and I mean really, really small margins here, they do kink to the right. So if he has a tendency to move at
100.
all, it's to his left. He gets no advantage from moving right. You can see the action of Collins
100.
is very much like a pendulum. It's backwards and forwards the whole time. There's no stop, just like McGeeney here. So he comes up and stop, back and through. Whereas with Collins, something is always
85.
moving. It's perpetual motion. Prod, back, through. And he's trying to get that rhythm every time. If there was a timer on every dart, he'd want it to be the same for every
100.
single shot.
I'd love to one day, and maybe we'll do this as maybe a special here at the Super Series, just go through the mechanics of throws. What makes a consistent
177.
throw, and especially for players who are thinking maybe about taking the game a little bit more seriously.
Well, who's your favourite thrower, as in technique-wise, from Super Series darts in the
45.
last
Mark
11 weeks?
required 139.
You can answer that in the next leg, because I know who mine is. It's Mike Warburton. His throw is as close to perfect as I've seen in anybody. And I mean that in the pro ranks as well.
59.
That's about as perfect a first start as you could possibly wish for.
137.
Splendid approach, but
Mark to
McGeeney's in.
require 80.
This would be for the break of throw and a 2-0 lead. Plan A was 60 and double 10. Plan B is finding the bull.
41.
And there is
Robbie
proof of that
requires
tendency of the
74.
dart to veer to his left. I'm surprised he didn't have to go to the right there. Collins needs 10s, and he goes left.
64. Mark to require 39.
So for the break of throw and a 2-0 lead. Double 16.
Game
Doesn't
shot
need a
on the
marker
second
that time.
leg.
It goes straight
Mark
in with the first
McGeeney.
dart in hand. And so McGeeney opens up a 2-leg advantage here on Rob Collins.
Third leg, it's Mark to throw
A
first.
game you
Game
sense
on.
he has to win, considering the position of the league table at this early phase.
Speaking of Superman, by the way, because obviously we've got Man of Steel versus
140.
Gladiator here. Two incredible movies. Pick your Superman movie. Some of them are better than others. Do you know what the S stands for on Superman's chest?
134.
It's not a trick question. Well, it kind of is, actually.
If it's not Superman, then it is a trick question.
It isn't Superman. It's not an S.
100.
Because on the planet Krypton, the S is the symbol of hope. And that's exactly what Rob Collins has got right now. He's
58.
hoping for hope.
I feel like I learn a heck of a lot when I'm in a commentary box with you, Nico.
I'm just a nerd.
I haven't even started on The Simpsons yet.
We'll get there.
140.
It's one of... I love saying that because I know it's Gary Anderson's favourite line. We'll get there. Such a
140.
positive statement, isn't it?
Mark to require
We will
121.
get there. It's not I hope, it's we will.
Can McGeeney get there? He's got 6 at the 1-2-1. So decided to attack it. You can understand the reasoning for going for 25. And so leaves himself tops after 12 for a 3-0 lead. An average just over 93. This has been an impressive display so far for the Gladiator.
97.
He's showing his mettle against the
Mark
Man
to
of Steel.
require 40. Game shot.
This
on the
is
third
really
leg.
good.
Mark McGeeney.
This is a classy Mark McGeeney display, averaging just shy of 94.
fourth
And when
leg.
the
It's Rob to
Gladiator
throw
is going up the
first.
Travelator.
Game on.
Mark McGeeney's nearly there. It's not as if Rob Collins has played poorly. This is the kind of stuff he's been delivering today, but he's only had 2 shots at a double.
60.
Which is showing that the standard in some sectors is going up.
What it says to me is that Ryan Murray
180.
Daniel Klose are not comfortable even on 6 points, 4 ahead of someone like McGeeney. Now, 6 points is the top of the tree
58.
right now. It's where McGeeney wants to be by the end of the day. And if he is, he's going to feel pretty chipper about the start of Tuesday.
And again, legs difference rise. He came into this game on -3. If he can get this done to 0, which it looks increasingly likely he's going to do so, he'd bring himself
59.
on +1 and would depose of Collins in third place. As a consequence, they would swap positioning. Collins would be put onto -3.
It's looking increasingly likely as well. This is a tremendous leg of
100.
darts from Mark. And I have to be completely honest, it's really good to see. A Mark McGeeney that's playing well is very dangerous.
77.
And that's the kind of thing that happens
100.
when it's not been your game. It's very much in the hands of Gladiator.
Tops.
80.
He will come back for more.
If he'd have found one of those shots, it would have been the second consecutive average over 100. He won't care.
58.
He just wants to get the
Mark
4 legs
required, 20.
without response. Double 10. To finish off round 4 of the matches. He's got a good guide this time.
No score.
But can't find the mark with 5 match shots. All is not lost, Mark. You will come back.
Collins will be kicking himself. He
59.
hasn't taken full advantage.
Mark required,
And so
20.
McGeeney will return for double 10. To end a
shots,
brilliant
and the
performance of a
match.
4-0
McGeeney.
victory against Rob Collins. And Mark McGeeney goes into the top 3 in the table, moves himself on to 4 points. And this table really is developing. 2 players on 6, 2 players on 4, and 2 on 2. McGeeney with a 93.94 average. It was above the ton until he got to those final match darts. 93.94 in the end. 68 high out, 1 maximum in the match, 3 140 pluses. And so McGeeney moves his way onto 4 points. Daniel Klose is looking to get himself onto 8 as he closes out his first day here at the Super Series. He's playing Peter Jacques, who's looking to join the cluster on 4.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Mark McGeeney with a sublime display beating Rob Collins by 4 legs to 0 in that one. A really clinical display from McGeeney. There you can see he was actually averaging up above a ton for a lot of that game. That drop in when he missed match darts at double in that last leg of the match. But a really impressive performance from the Gladiator. A really slick display from him. It feels like certain players are just starting starting to find their range and add 8 to 10 points onto their averages. Now, McGeeney really turned on the style, and Collins unable to go with him, really. There you can see averaging just shy of 80 in that match. Mark McGeeney with the only 180 of the game, 68 his highest checkout, and it does, of course, move him on to 6 points. We'll have a little look at the table going into our last round of fixtures of the day. So 3 matches still to play, and as you can see there, Mark McGeeney now on to 4 points, Ryan Murray and Daniel Klose on 6. Peter Jacques at the bottom of the table with Greg Ritchie, both of them players on 2 points. We have got Jacques against Klose coming next. Of course, Klose could round off his day with his 4th victory of the afternoon, and of course move himself on to 8 points heading into our second day of 3 in Group A. So let's head into this one then. A reminder that this is their last fixture of the day. We've got 3 more games coming up for you in the company of Nico and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. A group which is so evenly split. 2 players on 6, 2 on 4 and 2 on 2. And if Peter Jacques can get a victory here against Daniel, this group would be closer than close.
You must like 90s music saying stuff like that. Come on, you got to like 90s music.
Yes.
I'm sure these guys do.
Britpop.
Yeah. Well, Peter Jacques coming into today, the lad from Denby Dale, not far from Barnsley, I believe. He was the favourite, and he's at the foot of the table. Does that tell you something? It's a bit of a close group, this one.
First leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
But he could drag himself into the mix with a win here. Bare minimum, you feel, for a Monday is 4 points at this stage, but you must be impressed
41.
with the way that Daniel Klose has been operating so far today. As far as debut days are concerned, no matter what happens here, it's been pretty good.
Been very good. He's got himself onto 6 points. We reckon at the end of day one, it's probably what you want to get yourself on at least, especially in a group as tight as this. If he can get himself onto 8 points, then he puts himself in a really good position.
60.
It's hard to make statements like favours and things like that just because it's so congested and so tight, and anything could happen on Tuesday and Wednesday. It really has been an ACCA nightmare today if you have been having a flutter on the darts.
96.
Just when you thought one thing was going to swing in one direction, it's gone the other.
Yeah, Jacques will be thinking that
140.
maybe today is not his day, but his day is not done. Previous game, a 4-0 loss to Ryan Murray, but it wasn't really about what he did in that match. It was all about what Ryan was doing to him.
38.
He has shown small signs of frustration at his lack of treble 20 hitting in the last 45 minutes.
140.
But he seems to have rectified it somewhat at the start of this game.
And he averaged 87 in that 4-0 defeat to Murray. So it wasn't as if it's one of those 4-0s where one player played okay and the other player was off it. Peter played more than his part. But he just never got a look in. Going to get a look in this first leg. Just has a look to see whether it was in.
55. Daniel, you require 140.
That makes things just a little bit trickier if he comes back. If turns into when. Now, don't assume that his only option is the 25.
Peter requires 65.
He'll probably go there, but he doesn't have to. There you see, treble 11 is an option.
45.
But from that
Daniel
position, he
requires
should not have
40.
only been giving himself one dart at tops. And so Klose for the breaker throw wants that exact same
Game
target,
shot on the
and
first
there
leg.
is
Daniel
no
Klose.
mistake.
Well, you've got to say that was as good
Second
as
leg,
an
it's
Andreas
Daniel to throw
Bremer penalty.
first.
Oh, that one's before
Game
your
on.
time, isn't it?
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he won a World Cup in 1990.
Let's say that I was born after Euro 2000 finished.
100.
The door is just behind you. You weren't even alive during Euro 96.
60.
Wasn't even thought about.
Wow. You didn't know what you missed. That was an incredible summer.
I know that was then, but it could be again.
We'll not go down that route.
No.
I don't want to hear those 3
100.
words until at least November, okay? That is a swear jar special. It will cost you a £5 if you say those 3 words in this commentary box.
60.
Especially if we lose 1-0 to Iran. It'd be great if that week, we don't know the lineup for that week, if we had like a real cosmopolitan flavour. Imagine if we had players from different
140.
countries whilst the World Cup's on. We have a Dutch player here, German player here, you know, Spanish player, maybe even, you know, Thibaut or Jacques coming over. That would be good fun to watch during the World Cup.
Well, surely that
60.
week
Daniel,
you've
you
got to have
require
a couple of English
161.
players, maybe a couple of Welsh players, an American player and an Iranian player. Biggest finish today, 160.
82.
But we have had some other big ones. 154 was pretty good earlier. But there's more of that frustration around that treble 20 bed. You can see
41.
how Peter's
Daniel,
feeling
you
about
require
that.
79.
His miss on that 60 has been just low. Not by much.
Excellent dart for double
Aim shot on the
12.
second
Excellent
leg.
finishing.
Daniel
Excellent
Klose.
performance on Daniel Klose. And his average is just underneath 97. And he is getting better
Third leg. It's
as
Peach
the
to throw
day goes
first.
on. He's
Game on.
acclimatizing himself to the Super Series format. And we were wondering,
60.
he was, without disrespect, perhaps the unknown quantity in this group. We've seen him play well on the Challenge Tour, but not so much in front of these cameras. And he is settling into life very well indeed.
59.
You don't tend to see German sports people getting too anxious or nervous in front of whatever cameras.
100.
They just get on with it. It's the same with Japanese sports people. It's about culture. It's about how they respond to what is expected. And one of the things about
98.
British people is that there is this stigma that playing in front of a camera is a bad thing or a hard thing. In fact, it's the same.
85.
It's exactly the same. It just so happens that more people can see you.
Surely that's a good thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But of course, pressure comes from what you expect from yourself.
60.
If you are curious as to that song that Henry mentioned, Closer Than Close came out in 1995
40.
by Rosie Gaines. And if Daniel Closer is here on Saturday night, maybe it will be blasted around the Modus Live Lounge. It sounds about right, because the playlist here on a Saturday night is
100.
distinctively 90s. And if you want to find out firsthand what it's like, why don't you come along?
£5, dartshot.tv, and that £5 you can then redeposit back at the bar. You can redistribute it.
46.
Although, is it bad of me to say that I didn't know that artist's name? It was, wasn't it?
I don't think many people would have got that.
Okay, cool. Okay, fantastic.
Chris Murphy would have got it.
82.
That's because
Peach,
he
you
is
require 170.
ridiculous when it comes to music knowledge.
Kirk Bevan's playlist, isn't it, on Saturday night?
Don't go there.
98.
His
Daniel, you
playlist
require
should come with a
102.
warning.
Not the worst playlist here at the Super Series, though. I can give you that for nothing.
Can't be any worse than Mark Webster's iPod. Well, it's tops for 3-0.
82.
I'm almost surprised he
Peach,
missed
you
it. That, in
require
fact, was his
72.
first miss at a double in this match. Jacques is just hanging on.
The treble leads him a dart at double
64.
four. He's only had 2 darts at double in the game,
Daniel,
and
you require
the tone of this match was
20.
kind of set by the first leg when Jacques had a messy turn. Only gave himself 1 dart at tops, and then Klose took full advantage.
Game
And he
shot
does so again in leg 3, and he's a dart or a leg away from closing out a 4-0 victory to end his opening day here at the MODUS Super Series. And he has the throw to do it.
It's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
It could be all the 8s for Daniel. Could be 8 points and +8 in leg difference if he wins this leg. What a debut day that would be.
Well, we say, don't we,
38.
in these environments and in this tournament that the debutants maybe need a day or two to settle down into this unique environment here.
55.
No need at all for Daniel Klose. I suppose the question will be going into tomorrow is whether he can keep these levels of consistency up, as we always ask of the debutants here.
Some people come into this
96.
format and thrive. We talked about Josh Payne from last week. He has never failed to make a Saturday night. But you will not be seeing Josh
99.
Payne, unfortunately, in Champions Week. He lost in 2 finals over the last couple of months.
Him and David Pallett, 2 of the most unluckiest players in world darts. And both of Payne's were 4 threes.
100.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it, that Josh had minimum of 1 shot in both finals, and Pallett lost in 2 finals as well.
80.
Neither will be in that Champions Week, unbelievably, as well as they've played. This is terrific stuff. Peter Jacques brings it to level
180.
in the leg, and Klose finds the only maximum of this match so far.
58. Daniel, you require
And it may be the
87.
maximum that sets him up on the 87 that wins in the match to zip. And he's got 6 at it. He may only need 2. 99. He may think about,
69.
well, I was wondering where he was going to go for it. Maybe leave 88 or just something else around that region. Interesting that he went straight for it in that scenario.
99. Daniel, you require 80.
Just wanted to get rid of it, obviously. And that's exactly what he could do right here.
Game,
And that's
shot,
exactly what he
and the
does.
match.
A
Daniel
fabulous
Klose.
debut day for Daniel Klose. He doesn't say much. He's just an efficient machine. 89.73, pretty much the same kind of performance he's been putting in all day. But 50% on the checkouts, getting plenty of opportunities as well. Giving himself 8 chances at doubles in that match. It wasn't spectacular today. It was just the epitome of efficiency from the German. Jacques will have to settle for 2 points on Monday. 6 points behind Mr. Klose. When we come back, it will be the penultimate game of the day, and it is England versus Scotland, as Rob Collins and Greg Ritchie will complete their campaign after this.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Daniel Klose round off an impressive debut day here at the Super Series at the Live Lounge. An impressive 4-0 victory for him in that one. His only defeat so far on day one coming against Collins. It's fair to say we're none the wiser as to who's going to come through Group A with 2 more matches to be played on day one, but we are wiser as to what Dan Klose can do in front of the cameras. There you can see an average just shy of 90 in that one, 50% checkout success in the match. A number of players have upped their levels as the day has gone on, but Klose has maintained a fairly consistent standard. It was certainly enough to get the better of his opponent in that last match. So then, as I mentioned, we've got 2 more matches coming your way this afternoon. First up, it's Collins against Ritchie. Ritchie looking for just his 2nd victory of the day, looking to end it in a positive fashion. As for Collins, of course, he didn't play badly or do a great deal wrong against McGeeney in his last match. He just was outplayed by his Scottish opponent in that one. So both of these players looking to end the day on a high. Who will do so? Nico, Henry, who are you predicting?
Oh, on the spot again, just the way we like it. It's a really tough call because at times today, these guys have shown exactly what they can do. But all too often, it's been a bit suspect. And they are coming off defeats as well. Greg Ritchie lost in a close match with Daniel Klose in match 10. Since then, Klose has gone on to win 4-0 and finished the day on 8 points and a leg difference of +8. But Rob Collins lost in match 12, 4-0 to McGeeney. So they're both on the floor a little bit, but seeing as Abby has put us on the spot, Henry, got to pick someone. So I'm going to go for Rob.
I'm going to join you. Great minds think alike. Although I should say that my predictions last week were woeful at best, so...
I think this group is proving almost impossible to
Rob
predict.
to throw first. Game on.
Now, it looks very much like, in fact, I'm just doing my sums. It's impossible for Peter Jacques not to be bottom. And he was favoured at the start of play. So there, in lies the proof that this is a very hard game to tip.
Cannot make it up.
97.
Both players will be looking to make it up in the last game of the day. Who do you think this is a more important game for, Nico?
Definitely Greg.
60.
If he gets to 4 points, he will be happy with today. If Rob Collins finishes on 4, all is not lost.
58.
But 6 points would make him feel really chipper. Only 2 points behind the eventual leader. But you have to just dig a little deeper as well. Rob Collins started with a 4-0 loss to Ryan Murray.
135.
He was able to get off the floor a little bit and win his next 2 matches. So all of a sudden, his ambitions are different.
39.
It's been a bit more up and down for Greg Ritchie. We haven't seen anywhere close to what he can do. And funny enough, he was the first person to average over 90 today, and he lost the
100.
match. That's how unpredictable today has been. Again, more proof.
We get sent loads of statistics and things like that, but days like today,
150.
you wrap your head around
Rob,
it and
you
you can't make sense of it
106.
at all.
I'm not the smartest person in the world, but
66.
when I look at the Matrix, I can't read it. And today is like looking at the Matrix. It's like trying to play Boggle.
100.
Klingon.
Rob, you require 40.
Just doesn't make sense. This makes sense. He's had some good times on tops today, has Rob. Well, you can see what he thought of that one.
20.
That's what I love about watching Rob Collins. He never shies away from telling you how he feels.
No, well, Greg, if he takes out the 92, decides to go direct for it. Double 18 was the route with the second
52.
dart. He was going double-double.
20.
And so Collins returns for 10s. Oh, no,
score.
it's dragged below into the double 15.
Greg, you
No
require
double-double for
40.
Greg and double trouble for the man of steel.
Game shot
That'll
the first
do.
leg. Greg
What an
Ritchie.
interesting leg for both players. That will feel like he has reached into Rob Collins's pocket
Second
and
leg, it's
found
Greg
a
to throw
£50
first.
note.
Game on.
That is a leg he should never have won.
Be a bit suspect if he found a £50 note.
140.
Does anybody carry 50s anymore?
Does anyone carry notes anymore?
100.
Someone's got to. Well, it's a bundle of cash that is at the end of the rainbow this week and then at the end of week 13.
83.
£5,000 for the winner of the week. They won't be paid in cash, of course. But £20,000 for whoever wins stage 1.
85.
We made a lot on Saturday night with Chris Mason of what that would do for someone's career, and maybe it could change their life.
100.
It's a massive prize pot. And when you consider some of the prizes that have been on offer in the past in the amateur game, this is significant.
97.
And this is not just a one-off competition worth £20,000. This happens every 13 weeks.
134.
And there are 52 weeks in the year. So we could crown 4 champions a year. That's if we didn't take any weeks off.
121. Greg, you require 44.
44 for Richie. He can't afford a couple of darts off. Tops
Game shot on the second leg.
for the Acapulco
Greg
shot.
Ritchie.
4 tops. And Rob Collins will be going loco in the background.
Third leg, it's
You're
Rob to
definitely
throw
one of us
first.
now, aren't you, Henry,
Game
saying
on.
stuff like that. You're starting to get it. The old Motown shot. I don't know
60.
if you're a fan of Texas Hold'em, but there's a Motown in that one as well. Do you know what the 2-card hand is for Motown
46.
in Texas Hold'em?
Not much of a cards man, so I'm going to have to let you explain that to me.
If you're playing a game of Texas Hold'em and you are dealt
100.
a jack and a 5, jacks and 5,
Yeah,
Motown.
that makes sense.
That's
yeah,
the
that makes
Motown
sense.
hand.
Yeah,
Yeah. And there are names for certain hands that you get,
96.
like there is for certain shots in darts, like Shanghai, and an ace and an 8 is called the dead man's hand.
100.
There's a story behind that. I'll tell you off the air. But there are many shots that you can get. I suppose the 3 double tops is the De Souza. He's owned that one.
85.
But is there anything other than Mensa Suljevic? I don't think anyone else has got a double named after them on the board, like Mensa Suljevic has double 14 named
45.
after him. I can't think of another.
You can associate players with certain doubles because of what they've done there before. For instance, I think there's only one person who's won a
98.
World Championship on double 15. And that's Phil Taylor back in the early 90s. I'm pretty sure double 12 is owned by Gary Anderson. He's won 2 world titles on that double.
41.
In fact, can you remember the last time a World Championship was won on the bull?
I'll rack my brains around that.
60.
It was in
Rob,
2017,
you
Michael
require
van Gerwen
Of
hit
course
it
it was. Of course it was.
against Gary Anderson.
What a game that was.
Wasn't it just?
100.
That's a great ton.
Greg, you require 160.
Really aggressive third dart. And Richie would love to get one of those himself, but he's going a different route. And it's fruitful. Tops.
Game
He
shot on the
is
third
3-0 up.
leg. Greg
And Rob
Ritchie.
Collins is being put to the sword again. Could it possibly be 3 defeats in the day by 4-0 against
Fourth leg,
Man of
it's Greg to
Steel.
throw first. Game on.
Quite incredible, isn't it? And this is much needed for Greg Ritchie. Remember, before this game was only on 2 points in this
57.
group. And not just would it put him on 4, it's the legs difference that would come with it if he can win big.
Okay, so if Rob Collins is Man of Steel, which superhero is
100.
Greg Ritchie? And you can't say Supergran. You probably don't even know who Supergran is.
I don't know.
Oh, well, you haven't lived. Supergran was brilliant. Scottish
44.
granny who used to go around and do magic things with Scottish regalia on. Watch that on YouTube. Absolute brilliance.
I'll be careful
60.
Googling that.
I'm going to say something like Highlander, you know, a mythical character like that. Not that we want another Hendo, because we only need the
57.
one. He's the best. But if Greg was going to be someone, it'd be Braveheart or Highlander, something quintessentially Scottish.
60.
The Inverness Caledonian Thistle trainer fort.
I'll take your word for that one. I'm not sure he would agree because he's from a different part of Scotland. And
96.
in fact, the one thing you don't talk about when Scottish players are here is football.
Yes. Although I think Inverness Caledonian Thistle the most northern club in the United Kingdom, professionally.
180.
I suppose they would be, yes. And that is the first 180 of this match, coming from Rob Collins. Do Bognor Regis have a team?
57. Rob, you require
Yes, I'll tell you more
101.
about it should Rob Collins win this particular leg. Because he may do on double 12. He
Game
will
shot
do
on
on
the
double
fourth
12.
leg.
And it is a
Rob
breaker throw.
Collins.
It keeps him in the game at 3-1. And he'll have the honour in the 5th. But going back to Bognor Regis Town,
Fifth
yes,
leg,
they
it's
do.
Rob to throw
They're
first.
nicknamed the Rocks.
Game on.
They walk out to We Will Rock You by Cream. And they've had the same manager probably since about the 1970s, a guy called Jack Pearce.
140.
He's part of the executive committee at the FA, and nowadays is the chairman of the Vanarama National League.
You know way
96.
too much about football in the southern counties, don't you?
Don't get me started on the National League South.
97.
You can educate me, and I'll teach you a thing or two about golf and some other things like The Simpsons, maybe.
42.
We've all got our specialised subjects, and most of the time, the specialised subject of these players is winning matches. Now, one thing that Rob Collins has done,
58.
at least, is stop that trend of losing to 0. Lost to Murray by 4 legs to 0. He could have lost
79.
8-0 to the Scots today, but thanks to that 101 out, he's at least got 1 leg against the Scots.
I have to see whether Rob Collins has ever been to
58.
Nyewood Lane, otherwise known as the Nye Camp.
It took me a few seconds to get there.
140. Rob, you require 148.
Well, Rob Collins is starting to make inroads in this game. Greg will be hoping that
60.
he can
Greg, you require
either take this shot
144.
or hope that Rob stumbles on 2 little snowmen. That's what they call pocket 8s in poker.
96. Rob, you require 88.
18. For the little red bit.
63.
And so Richie returns for 48 to
Greg, you require
end his day
48.
with a 4-1 victory. Get himself onto 4 points.
Game,
And to
shots,
give himself
and
a
the
chance
match.
going
Greg
into
Ritchie.
Tuesday here at the Super Series. Work for both to do going into tomorrow's session, but Greg Ritchie will feel the happy of the two following that 4-1 success with an average of 82.68, 80% on the doubles, 4 out of 5, a really impressive checkout ratio for the man from Scotland, and that high out there of 116. Both players have a ton plus outshot in that particular match. So then, just one more game to go here on the opening day's action here in week 11 at the Super Series. Manic Monday ends with Murray against McGeeney.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Greg Ritchie end his day with a crucial victory in the context of Group A here at the MODUS Super Series. There you have confirmation of 4-1 win, similar averages for the two players, both just below 83. But if you look at Ritchie's finishing stats, 80%, 4 out of 5 on the outer ring. Collins did manage to avoid being bageled for the third time today, but unable to overcome the deficit. And as a result, he ends the day joint on points with Ritchie. And as the lads were saying in the commentary box, that was a really important one for Greg Ritchie to come through to end the day on 4 points in that one. So we've got just one more game left for you this afternoon. It's so congested in the Group A league table, but it is Murray against McGeeney to end this afternoon's session. Of course, the two players who've delivered the best performances so far. Murray with the only ton-topping average of the day so far. Can he replicate that performance, and can they bring the best out of each other in this one? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. So the final game of the opening day here in Group A is between two of the standout players so far in this group. Ryan Murray, who came out the blocks flying in the opening game of this session, beating Rod Collins by 4-0, faces Mark McGeeney, who's just done likewise to the man of steel, with 93.94 average and a 4-0 success in his last encounter. So what's going to give in game 15 of 15 here at the Super Series?
This one promises much based on what we saw from them in their last match on this hockey. What have they got left in the tank for Monday? Leave it all out there, and it's time to rest afterwards.
Throw first. Game on.
Well, one thing about the previous performance of Ryan Murray was just how well he started. Came out of the blocks. 13 darter, then another, then a 15, and a somewhat meager 18 darter to finish it up. But You have to say that McGeeney was equally as impressive out of the blocks in his
28.
previous match. But it's very difficult to string two performances like that together. Very often we see someone putting in their performance of the day and then afterwards they can't replicate it. So it's a question of whether they can.
And of course, this is game 5 of the day for both of these players. It's been a long day. Ryan Murray has
100.
bookended the session. So it's a long time keeping yourself warm, getting up, getting down, and all the rest of it. And that's why sometimes the final round of fixtures, we may
134.
see an unconducive performance compared to what else we've seen from a player in the day.
That's a very fair point, and it's something that I've made a lot over the last 18 months, because if you get the long shift, if you're doing match 1 to match 15, you're going to be here longer. McGeeney started in match 3, so I suppose he's had the shortest shift. Double 14.
Game
And he
shot on the
starts
first
better
leg.
than he did in his
Ryan Murray.
previous game. That's a 12-darter. Ryan Murray's going to be thinking right now, I don't want to stop playing.
Second leg, it's Mark.
So just play it all in one day. That'll be the thought process in his mind. Be a long day for us.
I'm going to say no, because we want to keep our fans somewhat on edge until tomorrow morning, because we
41.
will be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning with day 2 of Group A in week 11.
What does Chef Nico have up his sleeve tonight?
180.
Lots of sauce.
Oh,
Well, actually, we'll see. I don't like to think that far ahead. I like to see what I fancy, and then we'll concoct something.
43.
What Ryan is trying to concoct is a 3-starred Michelin dish here in leg number 2. Go on, Rye.
100.
Oh, he just ran out of space.
not enough room on the darting plate. But hopefully this whets the appetite for the rest of the week here at the Super Series. And you can join
100.
us for the finals on Saturday night. Dartshot.tv, the place to be to get your tickets for the finals. And you will want to join us. It's a real intimate darting experience. It's a unique
41.
darting experience. You have to come down. If not this week, one week for sure.
Yeah, get yourself down. Have a Saturday night in Portsmouth and maybe see some of the greatest players of all time. You could, if you come down
100.
this Saturday
Ryan,
night,
you
meet Robert
require
Thornton or
140.
Martin Adams. Or one of these two. Murray is just peppering the area around that treble 20, but he's got 56 grams worth of tungsten in the way.
60.
It's on the cusp of a 2-0 lead in possibly 26 darts. 12 in the first, on for
45.
potential 14
Ryan,
in
you
the
require
second.
80.
Average is 115.2 in these early stages. But that might be a blocker.
This is where it gets really tricky. He can stay out there. He wants to throw this from the right because the left-hand side is blocked.
Game shot
That's an
on the second
outstanding
leg.
checkout.
Ryan Murray.
Wow. You could see how much he had. He goes for the right-hand side, finds the bottom corner.
Third
That
leg,
was a
it's Ryan to
Roberto
throw
Carlos
first.
double
Game
top.
on.
That was a special dart.
$85.
Good last dart.
I was here, well, not in this very room. I was in Southampton with Ryan when he made his debut. And he walked away from that week very displeased with how he played.
140.
Today, new arena, new Oki, new opportunity, very different Ryan Murray. He's going to be feeling very good about today.
86.
But you sense, only if he wins this match. You never want to leave on a defeat.
The last game changes psychology so much. You could play 5 games, win the first 4,
100.
lose the last one, and you'll be sat in your hotel room or your Airbnb, however you decide your arrangements for the week, and you'll stew on that one defeat that stop you from getting
54.
5 out of 5.
It's the same as somebody who is on to shoot 59 on a golf course. They miss a 6-foot putt for that, and they walk away with a 60, which is an incredible round of golf. But what are they going to be thinking for the next 12 hours? The missed putt.
125.
It just leaves that sour taste. And as well as Ryan has played today, the only way he really jaunts out of here with a spring in his step is if he gets another win.
136.
He's halfway towards it, but Mark McGeeney is looking to half the deficit here with a 136. He's got 6 from this juncture. Been a quality affair, has to be said, to finish off our day.
55.
But that 55 could be a bit of a slip, the way Ryan Murray's been scoring in this game.
Plenty of room there for another.
85.
But just drags that left one.
81.
The third dart. You can see what he was trying to do when he went to the back of the stage. He's trying to mimic what he should have done. Bullseye for McGeeney.
41.
It's a good leave.
Ryan, you require
but
91.
The miss could be costly.
Too good, Ryan. And so he's going to get a dart at double
51.
top.
Mark, you require 40.
Which is what McGeeney wants now. Double 10.
Got to give it a go.
Game shot on the third.
Almost reminiscent
Mark McGeeney.
of the 1987 World Championship final where John Lowe went for tops. It was nowhere near. It was almost as if he went for the single 20 when he had 40 left to leave double 10, and that was the end of the tournament because the double 10 went in.
Great old Stoneface, one of a few players to win a World Championship in 3 different decades.
58.
3 different decades indeed. He won in 1979.
45.
The year I was born.
Wow.
87. Great final against Eric Bristow. Imagine, back in 1987, the thought that Eric Bristow would never win another world title.
85.
Inconceivable at the time. But he would lose in multiple finals thereafter.
He was on for 4 in a row that year.
He lost in 89 against Jacques Wilson, the great Scot. He lost in 90 to Taylor, 91 to Priestley.
And that was it.
All while he had dartitis as well.
100.
Just imagine what he would have gone on to achieve without it.
Scary. Left an indelible mark in the game, as have
96.
the people that we mentioned. The Priestleys, the Wilsons. Jacques Wilson, who has 2 world titles alongside Gary Anderson and Peter Wright. No Scotsman has got 3.
100.
Not yet.
Yet being the very operative word. Talking about world events, the World Grand Prix
50.
kicks off tonight at the Morningside Arena in Leicester.
158.
Double in, double out.
I like the idea of us doing double start, but that's just me. I like double start darts. I also like the idea of 170s.
Ryan, you require 170.
But the idea has gone.
And credit to McGeeney here,
84.
because Ryan Murray was racing away with the game at 2-0, but McGeeney's just stuck in there and now has an opportunity on 66 to level us up at 2 apiece. 1 dart at tops.
26. Ryan, you
Murray
require
returns
86.
to a break of throw and a 3-1 lead.
What a turn of events this could be. You're thinking it's going to be 2-2. It could be 3-1.
52.
We've seen a few darts
Mark,
at the bullseye today that
40.
haven't been close.
Game shot.
And to level us up at 2 apiece, which looked
McGeeney.
unlikely at 2-0 down. Not because of the way Mark was playing, just because Ryan was playing at such a level. But McGeeney streamlined as Murray's just come down from the average, which was way above a ton, into the early 90s.
Just to paint a bit of a picture, ahead of the fact that we will look at the
100.
table before we leave you today. Peter Jacques will be at the bottom with 2 points, and his leg difference is -10. If Ryan Murray can win both legs from here, he will be at the top
21.
with Daniel Klose on 8 points and the same leg difference as the German at +8. McGeeney, if he can win from here, will have 6 points and also
140.
a positive leg difference.
You sense the Terrier's in trouble already.
He's going to need a really good Tuesday. I think if Peter Jacques can
40.
get 8 points from 10 tomorrow, he'll be back in it. But you sense if he gets less than that, that might be it.
Remember, we are back at 9:30 tomorrow on
85.
Sporty Stuff TV and the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Why don't you give us a subscribe on there? We got plenty of bonus content. Myself and Nico will be doing a little pre-show tomorrow with Abby on the stage before the action gets underway.
84.
Plenty of other bonus content which will be available on there as time goes on as well. So you can basically watch us whenever you want.
Wherever you want.
60.
That's the beauty of technology these days. I'm not ashamed to say it, that even when I wasn't here last week, I was watching on Sporty Stuff TV as I was doing some
100.
paperwork.
Ryan, you
It's the
require
perfect thing to have on in the background,
116.
really. There's plenty of room to the right of that dart. Just there.
Game
And
shot
look
on the
at that.
fifth leg.
A great 15
Ryan
darter from
Murray.
Ryan. Gives him the lead and 2 chances vitally to get another win.
Sixth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
And the pendulum once again swings in this game, and it looked as if it was heading back into McGeeney's favour after an opening 2-leg blitz from Murray.
60.
Suddenly, it's Muzz Lightyear who could be running away with it in the end.
60.
Must be a huge Toy Story fan to have that kind of nickname.
You would assume so. Just like you would assume
41.
that Mark McGeeney's a big fan of the movie Gladiator, considering the mask on the back of his shirt. You'd have to say that he's a bit of a fan of Maximus Decimus Meridius.
135.
Glad you didn't have to say that in the Friday evening session.
That's the only time I'm going to say it this week. I got it right. I'm going to stay 100%. I'm not ashamed to say the fact that I've never seen
81.
Toy Story.
You haven't seen Toy Story?
Not one of them. Not one.
Now, if there was one person I thought Toy Story would be right up their street, it'd be you.
Really? What does that say about me? I'm going to get caned by Chris Murphy later in the week for not seeing Toy Story.
Considering that you've watched every episode of The Simpsons religiously, I just
139.
thought Toy Story would be in and around that ballpark.
Ah, I see where you're going there. I can see where Ryan's going too. He is on a fast track to 8 points. McGeeney, if he loses this leg, his leg difference will go to -1.
167.
6 darts from here for Ryan Murray to get the job done.
66.
And that keeps him in 3 dart range as opposed to 2 dart range.
So McGeeney here has a glimmer of an opportunity. Needs a treble here.
97.
Huge last
Ryan,
dart.
you
And so
require
to
101.
finish off a brilliant day, Ryan Murray wants 101. Gonna get a dart. A double 18,
65.
but it doesn't go.
Mark, you require
And McGeeney
82.
returns for 82 to send us the distance. One dart at the bullseye,
57.
but it doesn't go, and so Murray
Ryan, you
returns
require
for
36.
double 18 to seal the deal, to seal the win,
Game, shots,
and to
the
seal a
match.
fantastic
Ryan
Monday for Murray. He beats Mark McGeeney by 4 legs to 2 in the final game of the afternoon session here at the MODUS Super Series. And he does it with an average of 93.5, getting the game's solitary maximum. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 2 ton-plus checkouts, including the highlight. That was the 116 finish. McGeeney will go again tomorrow. It was a day or two halves for him. But it's Ryan Murray who is victor in our final game of the day here on Monday at the MODUS Super Series. He'll be pleased with how it's gone. It is him and Klose, the two that lead the way going into Tuesday in week 11. And let's get some final thoughts and reflections then following all 15 games on the opening day. Let's head up to see Paul Nicholson, who's alongside Abigail Davis on the balcony.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. So then, Klose and, of course, Murray leading the way going into day 2. Not exactly what we predicted, but some really, really impressive displays out there.
I've been very impressed with Daniel Klose today, but I think it's fair to say I'm more impressed with Ryan Murray. Great individual performances, his best 2 in his last 2 games, and more so because the first time he was with us, he didn't play well. So coming to this new arena, I just get the feeling that this new start for this project is a new start for Ryan Murray as well.
And it's the way he backed up that 102 average as well in that last match of the game. OK, McGeeney will be disappointed with certain aspects of his game in that match, but the way he was able to back up that performance, he faltered slightly, but you're not going to average 102 in back-to-back games. It's very rare that that's going to happen. But the way he was able to perform there for a second successive match, and it stands him in really good stead going into day 2.
He obviously had plenty in the tank because he started with a 12-darter in match 15. And we thought that the start in his 4th match of the day was exemplary. The fact that he was able to get that start and get enough chances to get over the line, it says to me that he's ready to go the long haul this week. And being on 8 points, he's got a really good chance of winning Group A.
Most definitely. We'll have a little look at the table now. And Peter Jacques, someone I think we all thought would be up around the top of the table heading into day 2. Just the 2 points for him. You can see there the worst leg difference as well. It's just not happened for him. Really disappointed with the scoring phase of his game in particular.
Yeah, he's very frustrated about his heat map around that treble 20. I mean, the -10 is perplexing, but he was on the end of some heavy defeats today. And knowing Peter as I do, he'll be first in the room tomorrow in that practice room. It doesn't matter when he starts his campaign. He'll want to come in and get it right tomorrow, because even with just 2 points, if he can have a really good Tuesday, whether it's 8 points or 10 points, that will get him back in the mix. But he needs those top 2 to just halt a little bit on the second day of this week.
Yeah, and just a word on Greg Ritchie there, because you mentioned the frustration of Peter, but Greg Ritchie is someone who, during his performances, he was quite animated up there. You know, he was letting us know exactly how he was feeling. But to still come out of the day with 4 points when you know that he was quite frustrated, it shows that he's mentally quite strong up there.
Yeah, he's a bit plucky, is Greg. He's someone who can put in spectacular stuff, but when he looks at that table a little bit later today, he'll be feeling pretty good about that. He didn't play his best by any means today, but to be in the top half, that will do his confidence a world of good.
And it reminds me, actually, of Lee Cox the week before last, who on day 1 looked void of confidence. He didn't look like he was performing his best, and then went on to make it through to finals. Now, you know, it really doesn't matter. As long as you keep yourself within touching distance of the top players, anything can happen with 2 more days.
That's what Group A is all about. Tomorrow is moving day. You've got to be within 4 points, in my opinion, when you come to Wednesday. But if you can be within 2, that gives you maybe 1 chance to get through with the mistake attached. But you don't want to have that perfect day on Wednesday. You want to give yourself the opportunity of maybe getting 8 points being enough. So being within 4 points, or possibly 2, is the way to go.
Final question. After day 1, who do you think will be top of that table come Wednesday?
Fancy Ryan Murray. I think he's got the ability of that higher level of play in an individual game. With Daniel, it was a case of 80s towards the 90 mark all day, but that next level was only found by Ryan Murray, and if he does that the next couple of days and the others repeat what they've done, there's only one winner.
Hard to disagree with that then. Tomorrow is move-in day, as Paul Nicholson has just said. Join us from 9:30 as we get day 2 of Group A underway.